Nokia website and see there's a new version of Coda, right? All of these devices that I didn't think were getting, this is a long time ago, were getting IP addresses, we're getting IP addresses. So you might find there are like 20 devices connected to you, but they might not be people, you need to find out who they are. And so most systems, I'll show you some tools to help as well. Go ahead, sir. Go.
All right, so we're gonna get started, guys. Thank you so much for joining me on this beautiful sunny Saturday. I know it's kind of hard here. You want to be outside, but instead you're coming here. So I really appreciate your time, taking the time to be here. It's been an amazing few weeks, needless to say. So, but I'll go over those. First things first, as always, this is a community. Treat everybody with respect. If you feel someone is harassing you or anything like that, please come and talk to me, and I'm gonna address that. So again, this is there's no racism, there is no discrimination, nothing of that. So please, respect each other. Okay. And I see a lot of new faces, and I always appreciate that. So thank you so much. So in case you don't know who I am or who Pacific Hackers is, well, let me get started with that. So first of all, my name is Marco Palacios. I'm the president and co-founder of Pacific Hackers Association. We're a non-profit organization that basically we're fixing the issues in the cybersecurity field, right? Diversity, right? We want more women in the field. We want more people of color. We also want to fix the education system, because we know that what's being taught in schools sometimes is not relevant. So by the time you graduate, it's outdated, and you're not really ready to go into the workforce, right? So that's what we're doing here. Showing you real skills so you can actually go on Monday, especially this class, and just spin up in your work for a company, or even at your home. Go back to your home and start practicing, right? So again, this is what we teach here. Something you can apply. We have a zero to hero model, basically. Okay, and the HR system, right? Every person here, it's a potential connection to you, right? I cannot emphasize enough the power of networking. So you have to. That's the reason why you're here. So when we've been able to pair up individuals with potential employers. So again, if you're hiring, please let me know you're hiring. If you're looking for a work, let us know so we can help you find, and we can help with that. All right. So the meetup has been going on for 7 years now, and we're here every month. Depending on the topic, we get that many people. So but it's been great. I see more people on Saturdays, and here's the one thing. If you go to other meetups or other places, they usually offer you the food, the pizza, the beer, everything. We're a for nonprofit. We don't offer that. So if you're coming here, it's because you're coming here to learn. You're hungry to learn, not to feed the hungerness, right? So today, with the exception of today, and this is the first time in I don't know how many years, I brought chips and I brought sodas from. So more than welcome to take some of that, and maybe I'll pitch in some pizza, but usually it doesn't happen. So, but yeah. Now, however, next month we're gonna have our barbecue and pre-DEF CON CTF and barbecue. This is awesome because when you play the CTF and if you get first place, it gets you a DEF CON ticket, and if you get second and third place, that gives you a B-Sides Las Vegas ticket. So if you're planning to go to Hacker Summer Camp and come and play the CTF and with the chances of winning something. We have Alex here who won 2 years ago, and we gave him, he got first place, so he got his DEF CON ticket. So again, it can happen to you. So actually, here it is. So the official thing. And also with this one, we partnered up with Google. So we have some of the Google Cyber Range that they're doing right now. And it's actually pretty cool. So definitely come and check it out, right? We do have different collaborations with different meetups. We do a lot with OWASP, we do a lot with WSIS. We're actually gonna have another CTF on June 29th, no, 26th. And that one's gonna be from 8 companies, not provided by us, but that's gonna be sponsored, so you might be fully involved. And also it's gonna be here, more likely there's gonna be pizza, and it's on a Thursday, so 5 to 9. come and join us. Not sure what the CTF entitles, but, just come and check it out. And also, in case you didn't know, we have a conference. Now we actually have multiple conferences, but I'll show you the upcoming one, which is on November 2nd. This is gonna be the 5th year that we do Pacific Hackers Conference, and it's always been here. We're growing, and I'll tell you a little story right now, but basically, how we started, 5 years ago, or back in 2018 to where we're at now, it amazes me how many people are following us, and that we're actually creating that community. That's what I envisioned, when I start collaborating with Pacific Hackers, with the actual founder, Rod Soto. And now that I actually run it, I'm very happy to see that, we're building this community, and this is your guys, okay? So we just had a Hack Debate, as you didn't know. This was something that was created 3 months ago. Basically, the idea on this was, you have Visa San Francisco, and then you have RSA. But there's that Monday that there's nothing going on. So I said, well, we are here in Silicon Valley. We are Pacific Hackers. We should do something on Monday. And we did. So I didn't do any marketing. And without marketing, we have about 250 registrations. Then we had a community table at Visa San Francisco. Then we got more people. Long story short, that Monday before the event, we have 500 people. And I could only host 200 people. So that means I have to turn away 300 people. I don't like that, but it was just the way it was. It was just something that came out of nowhere. I mean, boom, okay? So next year, we're gonna do the same thing. Hopefully it's gonna do a whole day event. So please come and join us and, have some fun. In fact, these are the YouTube for the, reel for the event. I was gonna show it, but I think we're running out of time, and I want you guys to enjoy Phil, because he's been a supporter for many years now, and he has these amazing workshops and potential class. So yeah, let's give him some time. And also, the way you can support us is just getting our merch, right? We just came up with these amazing T-shirts. I don't know if you saw it. It's called Hack Debate, and I'll show it to you. We have the Hack Debate T-shirt, and we have our actual badge. So if you want more information about it, I'll be more than happy to show it. So since we're building the community, please join our Discord. There's a lot of communication on Discord. I mean, I wish there's more, I'll have to be honest. But if there's someone who's very active on Discord, please join the Discord, start putting information, and people will follow, okay? So I'll give like 1 minute to get your phone. By the way, I know it's a hackers meetup, and you're probably scared of QR codes. This one is safe. Trust me. I know you don't trust hackers, but please trust this one, because this will that's how you join the community. Okay, so thank you.
Give me a trusting face, man. That's the one.
Yeah. All right, so we're a nonprofit and we need your help. And sometimes it's not just about money. Sometimes it's about spreading the word, telling your friends who we are, what we do, so how we're helping people. If you're a hiring manager and you are hiring, please let us know so we can tell our members that that you're hiring. Sharing knowledge, this is a big one, and actually this QR code is for that. If you want to speak at our upcoming conferences, or actually this one is just for the meetup, but we also have the CFP open for the conference. So if you want to speak at the conference, please, we have the links to for the CFP. So please share the knowledge. Doesn't matter if it's a simple subject. Believe me, you know something that the rest of the people here don't know. So share that, because when I started here, in the meetups, I was just an attendee, and I shared something that no one else knew. And actually, that was my interview, because my boss was sitting in the room. And 5 days later, I got hired, and I've been with the company for 5.5 years. So that's the reason why I continue evolving this, because I know the power of this. So again, if you have something to share, this is where you start. We just had actually, and I forgot, during RSA, we have, two of our long-standing members that represent Pacific Hackers at the RSA stage. They started here at the meetups. They spoke at the conference. Then when we had the chance to go to Dark Arts at RSA, they spoke there. And now when it was time to like, hey, we need speakers for RSA. And I said, yeah, we have two amazing ones that started here just like you guys came up and continue helping. And now they were at the RSA stage. And that was I'm very proud of them. And yeah, they deserve it. So again, please share the knowledge. And if your company sponsors, let them know what we do so they can see what's going on. And also, we have basically a lot of members or companies help. And I always like to point out these are the current sponsors. They're big names now. Before we didn't have any. Now we do because people are believing what we do. So all I have to say is thank you. Thank you for coming, being here today in this amazing Saturday, sunny Saturday, and I'll just turn to Phil because he has amazing stuff to talk about, and I just want to thank you guys for coming. Thank you.
Tell your bosses it's a really cheap way to hire new talent. You know how much it costs to hire a hacker, pen tester, coder, whatever? Yet you mingle with people in this. So get your boss to sponsor it, right? It's a great way to get new talent. All right, to me? Yeah, all right, hello. All right, wireless, what do you know about wireless? What do you know about wireless? What do you know about wireless? Nothing. Okay. Unhackable. I need your details, your company details, please, yes? How many of you use pre-shared key in your company? See, smart class. Do you know how many conferences I go to and people do that? And I said, how many of you just wish they hadn't told the hacker? They use pre-shared key in their company. And you suddenly realize and go, oh yeah, don't tell anyone that. It's not like it's hard. I can stand and say, you build it in C, right? So it's not rocket science. So very, very briefly, what sort of devices do you use? Do we have a projector? Oh, okay. This? Yeah, gotcha. This?
You can use it if you want.
Oh. You see my desktop, ignore it, it's untidy.
Not yet.
Because I've got more important things to do than tidy up my desk. It's the magic password.
No signal.
So. So there you go, true magic skills. Right. So when you have an access point, okay, you will have a client. And that client needs to connect to the access point. That access point has something called an SSID. So the access point is advertising a network. That network is an SSID. The name of a network. Just forgive me because I'm drawing with my desktop because my mouse doesn't work. So forgive my incredible drawing skills. I draw with my pad. Okay. And what that AP will do is it will beacon approximately 10 times a second. And it will advertise, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is what you need to do to connect to me. Nice and simple. Okay. Now, clients don't like that because it takes a lot of time. There's so many channels now, it takes ages to find all the SSIDs. Because you need to connect to the one that you want to connect to, right? And so the first thing that happens is the client may decide to get bored and may not sit there waiting for the access point to beep. Because approximately 100 milliseconds is a long time in computing. Okay, it's very interesting. If you look at the computer, like a disk access, if you slow it down to like a megahertz, 1 hertz is a second. Disk access takes 3 weeks, but a memory access takes like 30 minutes. You got to think, what is the computer doing every second? It's got to wait 30 minutes to get memory access. So in computing terms, 100 milliseconds is a long, long time. And if you think about it, if the client has to go to every single channel, anybody know how many channels we have in Wi-Fi? In 2.4, we have usable, well, in 2.4, we have 14, in 5 gigahertz, we have 25, and in 6 gigahertz, we have 59. So that's, I haven't had enough coffee, that's lots and lots of channels, right? That's what's it. So we got 90 channels or thereabouts, 59 plus 25, 60, 85, yes, that's almost 100 channels. That's going to take too long, okay? So what the client does, the client will go looking for networks that it knows. So the client will send out a probe request saying, are you there, my secret network? And the AP will come, any AP that receives a probe request is bound by the rules to reply back if it supports that SSID. Now that you need to write down because that is gold dust. So I had a police officer on the boot camp we did the other day, and he said, how would you hack us? I said, I'd hack you with the donut shop officer, I said, jokingly, right? And he laughed. He said, well, how can you do that? I said, well, you go to the donut shop or Starbucks and you probe for sheriff's office. I have a piece of software that says whatever you probe for, mine will say, yep, I'm here. So you probe the sheriff's office and I say, yes, I'm here. You will then initiate the four-way handshake. We will initiate it together and you will send me your exchange of the four-way handshake based on the real pre-shared key, right? That's all I need, people. That little bit of nugget of information is all I need to hack your Wi-Fi password. Okay, so you should always use .1x and better, but even those are susceptible to attacks as well. First thing you have on the client is something called the PNL, okay? Preferred network list. You might want to open your client now and look at all the preferred network list you have. It's very interesting to do this on your laptop and on your phone. And you'll find that hotel you stayed at your vacation last September, that you've never cleared, I know you don't clear out network lists. If you do, power to you. Most of us don't. I don't even clean out as often as I should, and I know better, all right? So you are constantly probing out there. Are you out there, Classic Cruise Lines? Okay, even though I haven't connected to it for like maybe a year or so. So continually, your clients are looking for networks. Now, the algorithms on the clients are specific to the client. So the more often you connect to it, for example, if I always connect to like Phil's home network, I might try and decide to do that one first, but that's the one I connect to a lot because it's my home network. So it might constantly try and look, are you out there, Phil's home network? So the concept of beacons, where the APs send out the messages, and the concept of a probe request and response exchange is how we find networks. Sounds good? Okay. What happens next is once you find, and once the AP comes back and says, yes, I am here, you will now initiate an authentication. You will initiate an authentication exchange. Contrary to the name, there is nothing authenticational about this. Knock, 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 can I come in? Yes, is all that happens. There is no security. This is a leftover from an olden age where we used to have authentication security. So the first two exchanges the client will do is it will authenticate itself to the access point. Then the client will associate to the access point. And I have to write this up in full. I can't just stop there, can I? No, I have to keep writing. It's a rude word. Associate. You authenticate. I'm trying to make it funny so you remember. Okay. Authenticate, associate. Okay. You associate the access point, and at that point, you belong to that access point. You can only be associated to one access point. If you decide to move to a different access point, you will move to the new access point, you will disconnect from the old access. Cannot be connected to multiple APs at the same time. You have one radio in your phone and only one radio, okay? And typically that radio can work on 2.4 or 5 or 6 gigahertz. Can't work on all of them. Now, Phil, what about Wi-Fi 7 MLO? When it comes out, then we'll talk about it, right? For now, look at it. And that's still going to be one radio connected to one device, just with magic options. Authentications, association, right? Now, once we are associated, we are given something very, very special. It is an association ID. That is a number given to us by the access point that lets us know that we belong. From now on, the access point will know us as number 23, number 85, number 5. At home, you're probably going to find the access point going to give you number 1, because it's probably only you connected, like 7 o'clock in the morning, we get up and have a coffee. Okay? When your family comes home, they may connect, you may have 4 or 5 devices connected. Now you may have more, because the Apple TV may constantly be connected and so on and so forth. But when you walk away and come back, you will get a new connection and you will probably get a new AID. It doesn't remember, it doesn't matter, it doesn't need. Nice and simple. Now, after this point, that's supposed to be a straight line, but as I told you, I'm drawing with my hand. After this point, we have security, okay? So this is where security kicks in. And we have 2 options. We can have security on or we can have security off. It's that simple. Having security off is a stupid idea. It's like leaving a door, okay? Having security on means you have a lock on the door. Now, you may have a cheap lock, like pre-shared key, or you may have a more expensive lock, like .1x. Now, you may have a very cheap lock, like an 8-character password pre-shared key, or you may have a more expensive lock, this cost, or maybe a double lock, and you've gone and spent a lot of money on your locks, and you've got like a 28-character pre-shared key, okay? Now, for those who did the last session with me, I have a little mining machine at home that mines Ethereum. It doesn't make me any money anymore, but it's really good at maths calculations. How long did it take me to break brute force attack, not dictionary, brute force attack, an 8-character pre-shared key? 26 seconds from scratch, right? So if you have an 8-character pre-shared key, you're making my day when I come visit. Pretend I'm nasty hat hacker, right? So you need, what NIST I think says, we need to have 18 or 19 character passwords or passphrases. What's the first thing you're going to do when you have a 15-character passphrase? You're going to write it down, right, on the yellow sticky under your key, right? Which is just stupid. I'm sorry, I'm going to call it like this. Sometimes I say OWE is a great new thing. WPA3 helps you even if you have stupid small character passwords. Yeah, no, they're just stupid passwords. Let's call them for what they are, right? So we need to be protected from ourselves, and that's what WPA3 comes in. We'll talk about later. That's much more difficult to break. I thought that was unbreakable. Yeah, it kind of is, unless of course the stupid people have a WPA3 pre-shared key, and because they listen to my webinar, they don't use transition mode, it makes it real easy to break. Haha, we have WPA3 and we have a WPA2. They use the same passphrase on the WPA2 and the WPA3 one, right? So all I got to do now is break the WPA2 one, get it? Okay. So that's the fundamentals, and I think that's all the theory we need. Let's now go and start capturing stuff and start doing stuff. So the first thing we need to know is we need to know what's out there, what Wi-Fi is out there. So what I want you all to do now is to load up your Kali Linuxes. Should that be Kali Linux I? Anyway, load up your Kali Linux I, Linuxes, and I want you to run a utility. First of all, we have to put, or I need to talk about this. First of all, we have to put the wireless interface cards in monitor mode. Now, I mentioned this earlier. What is the problem with, and I'm talking about hacking Wi-Fi. I am not a Wi-Fi hacker. Remember, CNN doesn't understand what a hacker is. It's the Pacific hackers. We're not millionaires because we've stolen people's bitcoins. We are hackers because we're interested, right? But everybody out there doesn't understand that. And to them, hackers are nasty people who break into banks and things. Like, would I drive a Dodge Grand Caravan if I broke into? No, I have a Ferrari. I'm Tesla. So I'm teaching you what attacks are out there so you can defend against them, right? I think Marco mentioned this. Don't go and do this stuff in the office. Don't do that. Don't do it. You can do it in your house to your network, probably. Don't do it to your neighbor's network, because it's actually illegal, right? To break into someone's network. So I'll let you talk to legal about that, but don't do it in the office. And if you have a question, you have to raise your hand and ask for it ahead of time. Where was I going? Right, Wi-Fi cards. So the Wi-Fi card, first of all, has to be supported by Linux. And you don't need Kali Linux. You can use any Linux. Kali Linux comes with everything, and it's easier to use. Does Kali Linux support the card? The newer card, the newer drivers that come with the newer versions of Kali Linux. So you need to get the latest version of Kali Linux. I went to a Pacific hacking event with my son. It must have been before COVID. I think it was about Wi-Fi, but fun. And I thought, oh, I'll upgrade to the latest version of Kali Linux before I get there. And that was the version of Kali Linux that broke everything through with Wi-Fi hacking, right? And so if you have a version of Kali Linux that works, maybe use that one and then do some testing before you upgrade to the new one. Because when you upgrade, everything changes, right? Okay. So you need to find out, is this card supported on Kali Linux? Number one. Number two, does Kali Linux support putting this card in a special mode so we can use it to hack Wi-Fi? Okay. How many of you are Windows users? Raise your hand. Don't be ashamed. Come on. Is the wrong answer. How many of you are Apple people? Is the correct answer. How many of you are Linux people? Is the other correct answer. I'm not being mean to Microsoft. Microsoft does not let you put your. Let me stop. Time out. You've all captured traffic on Ethernet, yes? Most people have captured traffic on Ethernet using Wireshark or something. And you know that your Ethernet adapter will only accept traffic for broadcast, multicast, and its MAC address. Everybody knows that. They teach that in school now. And NetPlus in school. Everybody knows that, right? Wi-Fi is different, okay? If you put the card in promiscuous mode, it will capture all traffic from your SSID. You want to capture all traffic, right? From everything. So you've got to put the card in monitor. This doesn't apply to Ethernet. Now, Microsoft does not let you put your card in monitor mode on Windows. I'm not being mean to Microsoft, they don't. Go talk to them. Now, before all you Apple people get all cocky and arrogant, Apple have done exactly the same thing on iPads and iPhones. So don't get too mean. So you will see me use my Apple MacBook, my Dell laptop, my Apple iPhone, and my Samsung S24. I really like Samsung. I've always liked them. They seem to do okay. Google's got a lot of respect for their systems, their phone, the Google Pixel and things. We did a hacking class a while back, and we got the Google Pixel signed into the 802.1x system, and we started doing attacks on it, and we offered another alternative certificate. And the Google Pixel said to the user, I'm not letting you choose this new certificate, because that would be a stupid thing to do. The Google Pixel stopped the user from allowing us to hack into their .1x. So basically what you say is, I offer another SSID, and you connect to it. It says, oh, the certificate's changed. It looks like the old one. Google Pixel would not let us do that, right? Which is lovely. The problem with Google Pixel is there's no continuation, okay? It's not made by the same people all the time. The Pixel 8 may be made by one person, Pixel 9 may be used by a different group. So I like my Samsung because it's consistent. So in an enterprise environment, I use Apple iPhones and Samsung, just my preferences. My son loves his Google. I know other people use Google, and there's others. There's with LG. What other makes we got up there? Anybody else use any other? No, so those are the only three that we all use. Are you guys all shy? Raise your hand if you're shy. That's a joke. Sorry. All right, let's get on with this. So you've got to put the adapter in monitor mode, which Windows doesn't let you. Apple, iPhone, and iPad also limits the functionality, okay? But the Apple will let you do it, and Linux, of course, will let you do it. Now, does your card support monitor mode is the next question. Get it? All right, so if everybody wants to power up their Kali Linuxes, and I suggested that you buy a certain type of adapter. It's a particular adapter that I like to use, okay? And that adapter was, I don't know what it was. It's a little. Who made it? Which is the one I forgot?
Panda?
Panda. Thank you. Yes, Panda. little Panda adapter. It's 2.4 gig only, but it works, okay? Now, if you want, I also told you about another one. It was on the website. I told you there's another one that does 5 and 6 gigahertz as well. Did anybody buy one of them? It's very hard to get hold of. Did anybody buy one or?
You need a British pound to buy those.
Well, I told you a link in from my friend in England, but you can buy them. You can buy the 953 version, not the 951 version. The difference is the 953's got external antenna that pop up like that. The 951 is in. So either of them work. The beauty of the 951 will work with Kali. The 953, I think you might need to use the latest version of Kali to get the latest drivers for that. Now, you mentioned one particular model, Marco. I tested it. It did actually work.
Oh, the alpha?
The black alpha. Watch out for alpha. They have different chips. The alphas are also not consistent, right? They have different chips and things in them. So only certain ones. It's real easy, real easy. You plug it in, and if Kali Linux says, I see a wireless adapter and offers it to you, that's a good chance. All you then do is you run AirMon NG start wireless LAN 0. If it goes, can't do it, then it doesn't support monitor mode. If it goes, yeah, okay, it's in monitor mode, you're done. You've got it and you can use it. Sound good? So everybody start up that then, please. Here I have my little Dell. This is a particular Dell because I took the back off and you will notice that the back doesn't fit. That's because I got upgraded to Wi-Fi 7. Now, who? Please. Ooh, thank you very much. And to do that, I had to take the old chip out, the new Intel B210 chip in. But of course, there's a little notch that doesn't fit. If you know my blog, if you're interested. So I had to buy a snap fit that fit. Now, of course, the back doesn't go on properly. So usually this just stays in the office and it just sits there. Actually, I'll leave that there for now. But what I want you all to do now is the first command I want you to do. So load up Kali Linux and I'll wander around. So we need to see who's out there, what's around us. So you all should have Kali Linux. So type AirMon NG. Just air, you may have to sudo it. Sudo AirMon, sudo space AirMon NG. You want to sudo, right? You want to sudo? Kali Linux, I want you to blow up the world. I can't possibly blow up the world. No, I can't blow up the world. Kali Linux, sudo blow up the world. Okay. Sudo is like the most dangerous command to let you do stupid things. So if you do AirMon NG, sudo AirMon NG, you should see a list of adapters and their drivers.
Is it worth saying anything about how to get on the Wi-Fi dongle to be shared into your virtual machine?
What version are you using? VMware?
Yes.
Is the correct answer? Are you going to accept VMware? If you're right, I can help you.
There might be multiple people in this
Yes.
situation.
If it's not VMware, sorry, we'll use VMware. Can I like
Agree.
I like VMware. That's the example. Next one, I know it really well. This Oracle's got virtual box, which I've had some success with. So yeah, okay, on top of that. So you have to tell your
Provider.
hypervisor. You tell your hypervisor if you want to add the adapter to be under the control of the VM, not of the office. So for me, I
Did you plug in the one you bought?
on the
Did
VM,
you
but
plug
I
in the
scroll
one you
down,
bought?
find the, and I right click on it. and I see-
You do the same thing. It's very late.
Oh, it's,
So
okay, what?
the Panda thing is the Raleigh
Goes to,
211N. Yes, that's it. Just say connect it to the VM. Now, if you don't, what's it open? You gonna work it? Yeah. Is it correct? So you are now, I want to. For the Oracle. So this is our virtual box expert.
Kali.
Yeah.
K-A-L-I.
Yeah. Anybody use anything else? Or is VMware virtual box? No, I like VMware. I love VMware. It's real simple. Okay, so I would encourage you to look at it because it is free, but I think it's free for home use only, isn't it? It's free for
personal use, yeah.
Personal use only. I'm actually a member of the VMware user. Anybody else a member of the VMware user group? Guys, time out. Anybody else a member of the VMware user? No, you need to join the VMware user group. $200 a year. in my house, for personal use, I have full-on vSphere and full ESXi servers for my home labs. For personal use, $200, right? That's a bargain. VMware vSphere is probably what the companies are using to manage all the things.
Actually, they just released last week that Workstation and Fusion is free.
We just said that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the workstation one is free, but I bought a HP server on eBay for like $400.
Yeah.
And guess what cost more? And it's like, they're not like 20, 50 quid around. It sits in my office now. My wife won't know when to turn on. That's shit. So I get jet egg. How we all do it, but if you want to play with virtualization, because what you got to watch out for is what you're doing now is impactful, right? When you start doing de-authentication, it will de-authenticate everybody in the neighborhood if you're not careful. Everybody doing good? You doing okay? Don't do too much. Okay, that may not be. All right, is it common sense? Okay, all right. Okay. So first things first. Where was it? Sudo M1NG, just do that, and it shows you a list of identified. It should show wireless LAN 0, wireless LAN 1, wireless LAN 2, and so on. Do I get a yes? Anybody not got that? Wants to get it? Are we good? Yeah.
So on here.
No, sorry, sudo space AIR, air, on the English one, it's like air. AI, so no tax. Just sudo space AIR MON minus NG.
Anyone else needs a wireless card? No, you already have. You plug in the one you bought.
I didn't spell it. I also have a funny accent. But then you can tell I'm from California, right? Which is AMON is AIRMON cat minus NG. So sudo AMON NG. And you should see wireless LAN adapter.
Oh, this one. Oh, we might need to open this one. We might need to open the phone like this one. Only got this one.
All right, so what you want to do now, everybody? So you want to do sudo AMON NG space start space WLAN 0. That will start wireless LAN 0 in monitor mode. Sudo space AMON NG space start space WLAN 0. And I will start wireless. Now it may complain to you and say, there, we know the things that are in view. You can ignore that for now. You can stop them if you want to, but we don't want to stop them just yet.
Sure.
Get it? There you go. So now if you hit the up arrow key twice, and you do the sudo M1NG again, it will now show you the adapter is in, should show you that it's in like, should show you WLAN 0 mod. Don't remember what version of so now it shows WLAN 0 mod. Probably should have shown this before I didn't do it. So now if you type IWconfig, and hit enter, it will show you that wireless LAN 0 mod, and it will say mode monitor. We're going to yes, please raise your hand if it's help. If you do M1NG now, sorry, IWconfig, I'm sorry, it'll show you that your adapter is now in monitor mode. I probably should have shown you this before. So now if you do sudo M1NG stop WLAN 0 mod, it will stop it being in monitor. Do that now. It's supposed to be this. M1NG stop WLAN 0 mod. And now if you do IWconfig, it will show you the adapter is not in monitor. I got a yes, Phil? Good, Phil? We've got to follow it. Didn't work for you? Oh, yeah, so try pseudo. And one of each side, this wireless down 0 more. Yeah, but so it's been renamed, right? So now it's wireless down. Oh, no. Yeah, it's. It does change the way. Oh, so if you stop wireless down 0, what happens? Do I get this answer? The real one, what? So it doesn't always rename it to the model. You use that, that may not be a compatible. Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, then that is the right, that is the correct answer. So what you just said is very important. It's got to support pattern injection. So if it supports pattern injection, you do. Yes. But I think that might be, so watch out for that. There are two models that happen with the same model number. Version 1, version 2. When you look at one, you found that part like 2. Yeah, this is good. And so yes, that's you using the real test, right? I'm using I8 plus and you're using real. Yeah. So it's the 8 plus and 7 was. Oh, no, you're using, what are you using? So you must be right. What, is anybody using the adapter I suggested? So the one, so when you do M1NG, what is it, please? See where M1NG. Right, sorry, Raleigh, so Raleigh, so Realtek and Atheros. Now, I have a lot of experience with Atheros, and I don't like it. I have a lot of experience with Raleigh, and I like it, but if it works, it doesn't matter. Well, only, so we were at a recent hacking session, and you get the hacks to work. Now, I borrow one of my adapters, and works the other way, and they were using the Atheros, so it seemed to be a problem. And we did the Raleigh. But if it works for you, yeah, it works. I think if anybody bought the compact I suggested, I think that's also a Raleigh adapter. Now, if anybody wants to, there's a little net system. It's links, a little links adapter. You see them on eBay for like $20 again. I'll show you the model if you're interested. If you ever see one of them, get one of them. But they are 2.4 and 5 gigs, and they are the compatible railing adapter. The same as the one that's in the Alpha chip, but it's in a nice little compartment. Right, everybody good?
Oh, wait.
So I want you all to do IW config so you can see what it looks like when it's not in monitor mode. Yes. IW config, not IW. Now IW and IF config, you know that with the next, some of the functionality has been replaced by the IP command, I think, in newer versions. Yeah, there you go. So you see that it's in, you see it on the bottom there, it's in monitor mode. Yeah. All right, so now you all now know how to put the adapter into monitor mode. That's sudo M1NG start WLAN 0. So everybody put your adapter into monitor mode, please. So everybody put the adapter into monitor. And how do you know if it's in monitor mode?
Says it, money.
Its name changes, but what if its name doesn't change? How do you know if it's in monitor mode? You type IW config and it'll tell you what mode it's in. Yes. Almost looks planned, doesn't it? So once you've got it in monitor mode, type in sudo. Can I write on this?
Yeah,
Like, take this board?
you can take the other one, yeah, or the one over behind you.
This is, let me write the command up there. Now, remember, you've got to put sudo at the front, right? The first command you're going to use is m1ng. That starts and that stops the interface. Then you've got iwconfig. iwconfig, for those that are in the know, is very similar for ifconfig, only it does the wireless stuff. Okay? Not the interface. The next command I want you to use is this one. You've got to put sudo at the start, right? I want you to type in aerodump ng. Aerodump ng, and then type in the name of your interface once it's started up.
AIRO.
AIRO, yes. Aerodump ng, then the name of your wireless LAN interface. So if it didn't change the name, you'd use the, like that, WLAN 0. If it did change the name, you'd use WLAN 0 more. Now, something should happen. If nothing happens, you may have to restart the Kali Linux. Yes. It, Aerodump shows you what's in the environment around you. It jumps channels and it basically listens for people. No, but it listens for people. To listen for people, this is very people are telling you.
Oh, never heard of it. Make these advertising.
It's, so, when you talk on Ethernet, anybody ever seen an Ethernet frame, the Wireshark? Ethernet frame, right? They're all the same, right? Preamble, destination, source, type, payload, frame check sequence. That's where it stops with Wireshark in wireless. It's a pretty different world. Right? Wireshark in wireless. I got that in. Okay, good. Then we're gonna, sorry. Thank you. Where was I? In wireless, there are management frames allowing you to connect to the wireless. Then there are control frames that control the flow of wireless. Then there's data frames that carry data, right? So the management frames are things like beacons, authenticate, associate, reassociate, disassociate, data, all those kind of things. Control frames are like acknowledgement. Every frame in wireless is acknowledged. Yes?
Yes.
Acknowledged. Thank you. Thank you. Every frame has to be acknowledged to the wireless level. Rather than like TCP acknowledgement. No, TCP acknowledgement layer 3. Wi-Fi is acknowledgement layer 2. So if I ping you, I will ping the access point. When I talk to you on a wireless network, right, it goes from me to the access point. The access point acknowledges receipt of my frame. When then the access point then looks at it and says, oh, this is for somebody else who's on my wireless client of mine. So the access point sends it back down to that client. Acknowledge it, the access point, Roger, buddy, I got it. Okay? That client will then reply to my ping and send the ping reply to the access point, who will acknowledge it, and the access point will then forward it to me, who will acknowledge it. So every unicast frame in wireless Wi-Fi, it's not broadcast, not but unicast. All right, so what should be happening now for that working You should see a ton of things on the screen, and you should see lots of different networks appearing. Do I get a yes for one?
Should look like wire chart.
No, it looked like. Oh, you want to change the screen? I think you control shift minus, control shift minus. Control alt, right? There you go, from control alt minus. Just keep us, I mean, just keep the screen there. You just did it, control alt shift minus. There you go, yeah, there you go. That's much easier, right?
Yeah.
If you run the command again. So sudo aerodump ng. Tap ng space wlan 0 mon. Yeah, there you go. That's it. And so what you see is all the, and it'll go off the screen. You see loads and loads and loads of SSIDs on 2.4 gigabits. Like that. Any good questions? There you go. So you will now see it. Now, depending on what your card is. If you have got a better card or a different card, the card that I gave you only does 2.4 gigabytes. The one that I suggested. If you divide gigabytes as well, it's another command. General rule in Linux.
It's
maybe
maybe works. We just have to put the antenna first.
Something a word is double tap. So you've got to use the command tap band again. Aerodump ng space wlan 0 mon space tap band a. I think it's band a. Maybe I should forget. If anybody wants to try that, then you start scanning 5 of these. Mark, would you have a spare adapter? Oh, okay.
Or maybe it's this one, really not.
Chances are you have to use because it has the internal wireless setting. It has internal wireless and then it has yours, so maybe instead of W.
So the channels will show up. So based
Should
on
be,
the channel,
it should be W1.
if it says
W1.
channel 1 through 11, it's on 2.4 gigahertz. If this is channel 36 to 169, it's on 5 gigahertz. Now that rule doesn't apply for 6 gigahertz, right? Because rather foolishly, they've reused the same channel numbers, which is like really. One second.
What did you do to get?
Sorry, there was some hands that went up. Question, yes.
Nope, figured it out.
That is awesome. You've got a really nice little selection of adapters. I don't like an adapter, so that's still but as long as it works.
So,
I don't think.
the next command, all right. So that's.
Yes. Yeah. If you put tap band at the end, now it starts showing you. Now then, yeah, do you see how it says channel 108 to channel 100? That's 5 gigahertz. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The interface. Not unless you can carry that. We've got 5 minutes. Well, so Netgear sells an interface that does have a driver for it. That's the only one I know.
To
The Netgear 8210.
Yes.
It's
Okay, great.
still doesn't do everything. So band A, right? I think if you put band A, G, it does both of them. So stop for a second, I want to let you know something very important. Your computer will blatantly lie to you, right? It will do that. So do Control C to stop the command, and then type the command in again without using the band command. Type the command in again. Please. Actually, no, type in that, let me teach you something else. I always get this one wrong. I think it's minus capital C, I think. I always get this one wrong. Minus capital C. And then put 1 at the end. That's channel 1. If that doesn't work, it's lowercase. We might say out of range. So do the command without the band, but put minus, just the 1C. The 1C followed by a 1. So minus, the 1 minus, tap, tap, yeah, so you've got 2. And it's lowercase c. My bad, it is a lowercase c. Minus capital C is the one that the point we're putting in frequency. It's lowercase c.
Okay, yes, channel 1.
So you are now only scanning on channel 1. Do you see anything on channel 6? Why would I see anything on channel 6, Phil? I'm only scanning channel 1, right? Do you see anything on channel 6? I know you're only scanning channel 1, but do you see anything on channel 6? Yeah, you saw something on channel 11. How does that work? Well, it's probably because they're all the big piles, because they're so close together. If you are close to the AP, then the AP sends out a frame on channel 11. If you're on channel 10 to 1, there is a chance if you're close enough, you may still be coded. Right? So while I told you to scan channel 1, you may see stuff on channel 6 and 11. The big problem with 2.4 gigahertz is there are only 3 channels you can use. 1, 6, and 11.
Yes.
If anybody tells you anything else, tell them to come and talk to me. Any other channel combination will cause pain. Right, wherever you are in the world, 3 usable 2.4 gigahertz channels, 1, 6, 11. Don't use 2, 5, and 9. Don't do that. It'll cause you pain. You'll have a much happier, longer life if you use 1, 6, and 11. Okay? Because all the other channels overlap with each other. Those 3 do not. 3 and 9 also do not overlap. If you use 3 and 9, you've got 2 channels. Well, this way you can use 3 channels.
Can you explain briefly what the difference between channels is?
Frequency, second frequency.
So they correspond to some 2.4 gigahertz plus or minus something,
Yes.
and those don't overlap at all.
Channel 1 is 2.4, well, it's just 2.412 gigahertz. Is
Okay.
so channel 2, 5 megahertz higher.
So they're like 2 different radio stations, and you're really only supposed to hear only 2. But you can also get the other one.
1 and 5 crossover. 1 and 5 is crossover. 1 and 6 do not. So channel 1 is 2412. Channel 2 is 24/7. 3 is 22. 7 2 37. 24/37. 5 gigahertz, give it channel 36. Half it 18. 130 by 10, 180 at 5,000. 36 is 500. It doesn't matter. You can go to channel 1.
But I need to know why.
Oh, yes, so it's like the radio station.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like in car. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? So now you can discover what's being broadcast. And that's because it's hidden. You can't find it, or can. Where? And negative. Negative 1 is like an arrow on it. The problem with the M1NG utilities is sometimes they don't know how to handle something. They say negative 1. They actually have a command tap tap your negative 1. They stop appealing. If you don't believe me, look at help. There's a tap tap ignore tap negative tap 1 command. So she stops using it. but it depends where they appear now. Yours appear on the megabits. And which, see, but it's because they're hidden. See the length is 0, because they're hidden channels. Yes,
Yeah, so I have a conceptual question. So Wireshark, right, like that, like we'll look at like the specific router you're connected to, right?
Yes.
Or the network and
or
monitor
don't, so AP, don't call it a router.
AP access points.
Yes, so hold on a second. What's your name?
Brandon,
Brandon asked me a very important question. If you don't want me to get annoyed at you, it's very important. Don't call it a wireless access point. Don't do that, because that really annoys me. How many of you have routers in the office? You can say, do you call them Ethernet routers or do you call them routers? It's a valid point. They're routers, right?
Yeah.
It's a router is a router. It's a router, it's a home router with an inbuilt wireless AP. But if you walk into a wireless community hub and you call it a wireless router, they will kick you out. So but then there's the muggles, right? The muggles, the people who do not understand the magic in the Harry Potter world. In our world, there's the muggles, like my grandma. She wants to call it a wireless router. Okay, grandma, she calls it. So I just I mentioned it. It doesn't matter what you call it, but understand that it's a layer 2 function operated at layer 2, whereas a router is a layer 3 function.
Right.
So, but when I talk to the AT&T and the Comcast lady and get support, she calls it a wireless router. I'm not going to argue with her because I wanted to reset it. Yeah. But anyway,
correct.
question.
But yeah, so Wireshark goes at an access point, right? Like that's where it's monitored. It's monitoring all the
Yes.
traffic going through this.
So it's monitoring the air. It's monitoring the airwaves, right? Wireshark is monitoring the airwaves.
Okay.
Well, Wireshark is a piece of software that understands frames and packets. And frames and packets, what's the difference between a frame and a packet? Bonus point, come on, question. Frames and packets.
Different layers.
Different layers of what?
OSI.
So different layers of the OSI stack. Very important. Frames operate at which layer? Layer 2. Packets operate at which layer? 3. Right? Right. Now, Wireshark interchangeably uses the words frames and packets. In Wireshark, you'll even hear me do it. So look at this frame, look at this packet. And it might, if it's a wireless management frame, it hasn't got an IP header in it. So it's literally not a packet. You can be, Phil, it's not a packet. You can actually call me on this. Phil, you made a fuss. It's not a packet because it hasn't got an IP address in it. But in Wireshark, we interchangeably use the words frames and packets all the time. Okay? But technically, if it's a layer 2 entity, it's a frame. And if it's a layer 3, if it's got a layer 3 information in it, it's a packet. So it's an IP packet. It's not an IP frame. It's an IP packet in a wireless frame or an IP packet in an Ethernet frame. Yeah? I'm giving you terminology. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to chastise you for it. I'm letting you know because if you ask this question on Reddit, somebody will pick a fight with you. You know, anybody use Reddit? Do we call them red holes? People on Reddit who are total unfriendly, shall we say? Yeah.
But yeah, so like comparing this,
This is just showing beacon frames.
Okay,
So beacon frames.
and I'm not sure if I understand, I guess like the difference, like. Well, 'cause it's like, I know like packets and stuff, so it's like UDP and packets refer, I guess, like the way. that
So packets
data-
have a wireless IP header. So in Ethernet, you have wireless frames that are transmitted
Mhm.
before you carry any data. So an IP packet will only be in a data packet in wireless.
Okay.
So wireless management and control frame will never contain an IP packet.
Okay.
They are wireless information to allow wireless to operate.
Okay.
So beacons, the authenticate, the associate that I told you about, they are all management frames.
Okay.
It says here, so they want to grab a slice and then.
Sure. Let me control that because we're an hour and a half in. Let me get to a certain point and then we'll take a break and I'll make sure everybody catches up. So pizza is here. So 5 minutes, we'll just do a few more bits. And have you come for the wireless hacking?
Yeah.
I'll just grab a seat. Is that one for you guys? That seat for you? Yeah. All right, so where do we get to? So AeroDump NG shows you all the beacons that are being transmitted. Right, so everybody get AeroDump up and running. So you run one more thing, then if you got the answer is correct, you know. So load up aerodump NG. And press the. Yeah. Yes, press the tab key. And a white line appears across the screen. Okay? Yes.
Is that-
I
was doing some actions.
Okay, just do minus, just run aerodump NG on channel 1. And then hit the tab key, the white bar appears. Move that white bar up and down. Now, do you see on the bottom, when you move the white bar up and down, do you see at the bottom of the page, white bars also appear?
Yes. Sometimes.
Yes. So if you do that, if a white on the bottom, they are clients. Now, this doesn't always appear because you may have too many SSIDs. So the top half of the page are SSIDs, in the bottom are clients. If you hover the white bar over an SSID in the top, and you see white appear in the bottom, those are clients that are associated to that SSID. And the SSID shows you the name, right? And it shows you, so ESSID is the name of the AP. It's not the correct nomenclature. It's an SSID, but it is. Lots of hackers call it. And the SSID is an SSID that is shared across multiple access points, where you can roam to. Like in the office, when you roam from the conference room back to your desk, you stay connected. That's because you were connected to an ESSID. So the SSID is the name of the access point. The BSSID on the left-hand side is the MAC address of the SSID. This is very important, guys and gals. The BSSID is the MAC address of the SSID. It usually comes from the radio of the. Cool. So if you have a white bar at the top and a white bar at the bottom, the ones at the bottom are clients that are connected to the AP highlighted at the top. Yeah.
Looking backwards.
No, you've got a screen.
Oh, okay.
It's funny screen.
Yeah.
Now, if you press
So these are.
random, yeah, those are clients associated to that AP. So if you go at the top, yeah, if you press M, while you're in tab mode, you have the white bar. If you press M, it will colorize the bar. Will colorize the bar. And the clients will also change color as well. Press M, guys. M for mother, yeah. If you press M again, keep pressing M, it will scroll around the color. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. So your client, so what you didn't do is, you didn't do a channel, so it's scanning all of them, which means you've seen all of them. There you go. So now you see clients on the bottom, APs on top.
There's multiple hackers that do free access.
Cool. Right. Do you see SSID with no username or length 0?
Yes.
Actually, I need to find out which one. Hang on a second. Actually, let's stop there and have some pizza. Let's break for pizza. Yep. Everybody break for pizza? Pizza, free pizza. Tap bandit, guys. Tap bandit. Once a time. Yes. All right. A lot more when I did my part when I walked in. Okay. Working on through it. Okay. We had someone. Any questions, guys, in your way, President Dawes, I'm from here. Good.
Right here.
Mike said you can do it.
Yeah, you got it.
I just want to see some red news about one of the books. That is. It's older one, because it's older one, I can. It's a lot, still work in progress, I would see a bunch of updates, was a system update, we have a theory. I know.
You can see what the color thing.
Yes, you're talking to me. So I think I was on channel that. I don't remember what channel it was on. Yeah.
So what does that mean?
These days. I think. Yeah, actually, that's actually a good idea. Because, right.
That's my hotspot. I have to put in my Mac. But I'm not sure.
Oh, no, no problem.
Like,
Are you signing that channel?
I'm channel, but I'm in Skype right now.
There's probably just one more. You're somewhere, they're like, oh, just gonna get you.
When it filled, is it critical?
Yes, yes.
Oh my God, I've got to take a photo of this. Oh, this is, thank you, yes, this is the best. Is there anybody from Network Dojo here? Anybody from Network Dojo here? Are you from Network Dojo? What that says is, we're changing our Wi-Fi. And you will be prompted with accept the new certificate. Please, this is normal, please say yes. That is the dumbest thing you can ever put.
And I don't know who put that.
That
Some guy walked in and just put it.
has probably been put there by a hacker.
We don't know who that.
For real. Oh, I just took a photo of it, because that is beautiful, because it's on like Network Dojo header.
Yeah.
It's a Hacker Dojo header.
But anybody can print it.
Yes.
Anybody can take it off the internet.
So there is a hacker sitting nearby, waiting for everybody to go, yes, accept the new certificate.
Yeah.
That is big, that is just,
Yeah, that's.
I could have planted this and it wouldn't have made a better story. That is beautiful. There's a message. There's nothing to say. To accept the new certificate. This is normal, go ahead. Never, ever accept the new certificate, ever.
Yesterday. So what we did is go up, the company said, yes, yes.
That's only for .1x, right? Yeah.
But for. Enterprise Wi-Fi, you still need to accept this.
No, you don't. You should never accept certificate. No, you should get the IT department to do it for you.
Somebody else. Okay.
So,
But if I am IT department.
so I'm gonna be mean, right? You tell your users to never, ever accept a certificate, because I can break 82.1x WPA3 Enterprise by mucking about with your certificates. If you have the right parameters set, I can break it easy, and I can steal all your data and your cryptocurrencies. Okay, it's real easy to do. It's not hard. So you tell your students to never, ever accept a new certificate. And then you tell your students, look, this first time you're rolling out the certificate, you have to accept it the first time. Everything you've said up till that point, your users will not remember. Even though you've said never accept it, you must accept the first one. Your users now know it's okay to accept the certificate. And next Tuesday, when Diane is late for the meeting, and she's got to print something out, she'll connect and she'll see a message that says the certificate has changed. You accept the new certificate. Diane will press yes, and I'm in your company, all the data is mine. Diane's going to type in her username and password, right? If Diane is the janitor, nobody cares. If Diane is the CFO, screw. Get it? So you must always have the IT, and I'm being paranoid now. You must always have the IT department make certificate changes. And one of the biggest problems, you are allowed to shout this at me, inconvenience is a hacker's best friend. But Phil, it's so inconvenient for me to have to go around and do this on all client computers. Yes, it is. That's why it's safe. That's why hackers can't break into it.
What he's saying is that if you're a home user, you're also.
Well, you wouldn't have 82.1x at home, probably. This is an enterprise thing.
But still, you can
buy this ubiquity for, I don't know, a few $100 and you have this enterprise Wi-Fi. So, no, still there should be a secure way.
Go ahead.
So is there like hash of the certificate you can compare and
No.
tell it? No.
Certificates are unbreakable.
Okay, so how?
Hold on. I'm pausing for effect.
Oh, okay.
I'm taking a breath.
Uh-huh.
When they are configured correctly. Do
Okay.
you want to know what a certificate is? What is it?
It's pair of private and public keys.
Does anybody know what a certificate is? Does anybody know what a certificate is? What is it?
It's cryptography of the key to establish secure communication, a set of keys to authenticate and validate.
So I need to know the exact thing that a certificate is.
Is it like the public key of a server?
Public.
Keep going.
Public private key?
So a certificate, so a certificate is a private key of a server, comma. There's a bit more at the end. So a certificate is a private key of an entity, comma, validated by a certificate authority using a hashing method. That's all. And if you don't believe me, go into Google, go in the left-hand corner, click on it, look in the certificate, a certificate, and more, and it's got to have a proper name, and it's got to have a proper. So everything you guys told me is what certificates are used for. But what a certificate is important.
One exception, self-signed certificate don't have authority. That's what we use at Hacker Dojo. We use self-signed certificate with
Hang
no
on.
authority.
I have to pick a fight with you. They do, but they have their own. So, which is,
When you trust me, trust me.
yes, but hold on. But you install the certificate before they connect, right?
Yes.
So the certificate is your public key hashed with your private key. But you install your public key beforehand, and then you connect using the same public key, but that's fine because you configure it to say when the radio server gives you the .1x certificate, you validate it with the certificate you already have it in. That's not platinum standard, but it's still gold. What you must never do is you must never say, allow the certificate they give you to validate the certificate they give you. That's stupid.
That's what we do here.
Do you not pre-install it?
No.
Okay, so then WEP is safer than what you do. Sorry,
But how do you pre-install? There is different people come and go, and how do you pre-install it?
Windows, you just install it, you go into the
But they do not control my computer, right? They do not control your computer.
No.
well, so if you're in an enterprise, you'll have a global policy set on the Microsoft AD environment
Yes.
to
Okay,
pre-install the
but
certificate.
talk about here. You said, okay, you're doing it wrong. How would you do it here?
I would use an 18-character pre-shared passphrase. But if you wanted to use Radius, I would make an onboarding system, but I don't know if it's in Hacker Dojo's best interest to have an onboarding system. Because that's a lot of hassle. Like, what do they have? What do they have that's worth stealing?
But can we do something, I don't know, it's not here, but distribute it via email. Okay, here is certificate, and this is how you can compare and be sure that this is our certificate.
But how do you know it's really them? How do you know it's not me that's doing
No,
it?
I don't know. It's my question. How would you?
I wouldn't-
be on
I wouldn't
his
do that.
shoes?
You can't.
Okay.
But they're using a self-certified certificate because it's cheaper.
So, what if you use VPN? Would that be VPN? Would that?
Oh, then that's the ultimate solution. But if you VPN in, but out to the internet, right? There's two VPN. You can VPN back to your
Yeah,
back to source,
right.
or you can use like NordVPN, which VPNs you out to the internet. Because you've got to trust Node. So it's not VPN encrypted back to my enterprise office,
Well,
but
I
it's
just think
VPN
the-
at the coffee shop I'm at. Yes, so a VPN, company I work for is NC Expert. If I VPN back to NC Expert, it's end-to-end encrypted,
Yeah,
but that takes a lot of configuration. So what my real worry is if people capture my data at the coffee shop. So I use Nord VPN, and what Nord VPN does, it
NODE.
NORD,
Oh, that's the name.
yes, or Avast VPN, and they encrypt my data
Yes.
from the coffee shop
Yes, yes.
to the Nord VPN server.
Yeah.
And then it goes out the internet because I trust them. I just don't trust everybody at the coffee shop with me.
Right. So when you do a network dump with this tool and somebody using VPN, you don't see anything, or you just see. IP
I'll still
address?
see the frames, but I won't be able to encrypt your data frames. So all your data, all your packets will be encrypted with your VPN certificate.
What do you see packets?
Yes,
Because it's encrypted electrons.
but I still see the VPN packets provided. So the VPN will encrypt IP in IP.
Because
So I'll see the outer
you
VPN.
forward send-
I won't see the data packs, I see the outer VPN packet. All right, how we all doing?
How does DHCP play into this IP?
DHCP?
Yes,
That just lets you borrow an IP address.
right. So when you scan it,
But that's done on the network. That's done inside the encryption. So you can't see DHCP packets. So when you use security on Wi-Fi, all data packets are encrypted. All of them, ARP, DHCP, all of them. Yeah. Okay. All right, what I want you all to do, please. Free money. Why does everybody look up when I said that? Yeah, funny that. Isn't it? So I want you all to do Aerodump NG and capture on channel 11, please. Capture on channel 11. Now, you should see a hidden SSID that ends in 42 address.
So can you say that?
Yeah, so sudo aerodump ng. Sudo aerodump ng space minus lowercase c space 11.
The last part of the Mac is 42.
Yes. It should be a hidden address with a length of 0, a hidden SSID name with a length of 0. And the last two bytes, the last byte of the MAC address is 42. You see it?
Yeah, 10, yes.
What's the last 3 bytes?
0642.
D10642.
Yes.
So find it, press tab, move the mouse down and change it to a color.
Yeah.
And now press M to change the color. Okay? Press M to change the color and now press tab to let it carry on. Let it carry on. It's a hidden network, right?
Yes.
What just happened? It changed to what?
Different ES.
So the PSK3 appeared, right?
Yes.
Right. So what happened? It's a hidden network. So what do you think a hidden network is? It's a network that's hidden. That's not what it is. A hidden network doesn't advertise the SSID name in the beacon. Now, the muggles think that is incredibly safe. All right? So they all hide the networks. All the hackers who are driving by go, ooh, what's he got to hide? Why is he hiding his network? And so they sit there with this tool and they'll wait. Okay? And they wait for someone to turn up that says, are you a probe request? Are you there, top secret network? And the AP goes, yes, probe response. I'm here, top secret network. Welcome to top secret network. Would you like to connect to top secret network? And then they do an authentication and association. So they actually scream out loud. What happened was I connected with my iPhone to the network PSK3. And the aero dump went, oh, look, I'm seeing a probe request exchange between a client and an AP for what I thought was a hidden network. And so Aerodump says, look, there's the name, and pops it in. So you can leave this running, walk away, come back a day later, and the colored line will show you what the name of the hidden network is. How many of you think that is not at all secure? That's really stupid. So hiding your network is a really dumb idea because it's advertising to hackers that you're hiding the network. Also, don't call your Wi-Fi network 27 Weatherby Street. Where do you think, what do you think the address of the person that has the SSID 27 Weatherby Street is?
Because they live down the street then.
Right, yeah. So also, anybody ever used Wiggle? Oh, you gotta wiggle it. You gotta wiggle it. So Wiggle is it's like a crowdsourced. People just walk around running the Wiggle application, recording SSIDs. If I turn, right, literally, let's say that one of you has an SSID at home called something really unique, like HackerDojo is the best, right? You will start probing for Hacker. Did you see it on the bottom? Every now and again, if you look at the clients in the bottom, do you see words next to the client's names? Those are SSIDs that the client is searching for, right? So all those names down there, I found. You can see them, right? If it comes up with HackerDojo is the best, I can go on to Wiggle and I can say, where's HackerDojo is the best? And if anybody has walked past Hughes, they probably have, or driven past with Wiggle running on their device. And you'd be amazed there are billions of data points in Wiggle. It's WIGLE. Create an account, it's free, and you can do a search on a name, and you can find an SSID name. Right? So let's say that there was this is not credited to me, this is a guy at, I think he was Black Hat 2 years ago. He invented a device which can tell if someone is following you, right? And it runs on Raspberry Pi, and he's got a website, he shows the parts, how to build it, everything, and you put a battery on it and you run it, and all it does, it listens for probe requests. Right? And he does a great talk, and credit to him. I'm in the process of building it, but there's no money in it, so I'm taking time. And it's a little LCD panel, and you press start. And all it does, it listens to see who's beaconing, so who's probing for what networks. So if there's like an FBI agent following you, and their home network is called Mike's home network, if you're at the Starbucks and you see somebody probing for Mike's home network, and then you go to the mall and you see somebody probing for Mike's home network, that FBI agent is following you. Because FBI agents do not clean their PLLs like we don't. Now, I'm not being mean to the authorities. There are people in the world that genuinely need to know if they're being followed. Famous people, actors, because there's a lot of nutcases up in the world, right? There's actors, actresses. I bet Taylor Swift has people who use this technology to find out if anybody's following her. But he's got this little pod, and it just simply says, and what it also does as well, it uses Kismet. It also looks for people who start broadcasting on Bluetooth MAC addresses. It looks for all these Wi-Fi MAC addresses, Bluetooth MAC addresses, people who are searching for certain probe requests. And if it sees one multiple times over, it reports it and says, warning, you're probably being followed, which is awesome, right? Now you understand your P&L, you think that the cops are trying to follow you, and the cop doesn't understand. He's got to clear the P&L list because he's just sending out probes within your vicinity. You're not going to get it half a mile away because if you see in the same SSID. So if I did want to find out where Taylor Swift lived, All I gotta do is wait until I capture data near her and then type into Wiggle, and it probably says she's probably smart enough to not call her Wi-Fi network Taylor's Wi-Fi network. But one of you is gonna search for it, I know you are.
What's a PNL?
Preferred network list. Open up your phone. Now, open up your phone and look at your favorite networks on Apple,
Always-
Windows.
it's Always looking for them.
It's always looking for them. Now, Apple only allowed you to clear out your P&L about 1 year ago. Boo, Apple, boo. Chrome allowed you to do it a lot longer. We've been asking this for a long time because you need to go in there. What you had to do with Apple is, before this, you had to go in, you had to reset the interface, total reset, and make it, and now it's gonna make you forget all the ones you wanted to remember, right? And this is very inconvenient. What did I say to you guys earlier? Inconvenience is a hacker's, shout it out, inconvenience is a hacker's best friend. So if it's inconvenient, people won't do it, which means they'll leave the door.
So my Wi-Fi list has like 100 airports and hotels and friends' houses.
Probably.
Can someone fingerprint my computer by, like, I'm the only PNLs, all those things?
No,
and his
no,
computer-
that's more complex. But they can P&L all those things. So if you've got your buddy's Dave's own Wi-Fi in there, and he's got his like military number or rank in the military in, then Dave, if you've got, Sergeant Major Dave's network, probably aren't that many Sergeant Major Dave's network in the world. So I can find you by going into Wiggle it and looking for Sergeant Major Dave's Wi-Fi network.
Amazon and Google use something like a Wiggle database? Or
Yes.
some other thing for geolocation?
Turn off Wi-Fi, turn on Google Maps, and the first thing it'll say to you is, would you mind turning on Wi-Fi, please? It makes it more accurate. Yes, they use a similar system.
Private copy of the Wiggle.
I don't know what it is they use, but I know they do use Wi-Fi data. So when they drive around in their, I don't know if they interface with Wiggle, I don't know. I assumed, and this is Phil assuming if it's been recorded, I assumed that they just record what the cars see. Yeah. All right, fun, right? Yes.
What about IoT devices? Do they also broadcast SSID?
No, because IoT doesn't really use, so technology we're attacking now is Wi-Fi. It's not cellular, it's not Bluetooth, it's not Zigbee. They are different protocols. We are attacking specifically, we are attacking the 802.11 Wi-Fi, wireless Wi-Fi protocols, which is called Wi-Fi by the Wi-Fi Alliance. So I've got a thing on here that measures my blood sugar, that uses Bluetooth, does not use Wi-Fi. So it's a completely different protocol. And now Wireshark will decrypt it.
But like,
Wireshark will capture it, but it probably won't decrypt it.
but like your Alexa at home, your
I don't have an Alexa at home. I used to have an Alexa at home, and I'll tell you the true story now.
They all connect to Wi-Fi, so.
Yes,
They also.
I was at home the other day, and my wife and I were talking, and Alexa laughed. For absolutely no reason, she laughed. And my wife says, that is gone. And she made me take it in the office. Anybody else experience that? It literally laughed for no reason whatsoever. It just went, ha, ha, ha. You are so out of here. Sorry, it may not have been Alexa. It was one of the systems. I may be bad mouthing. It wasn't good enough for Alexa.
The FBI agent left their mic on.
Yeah. So
You're gonna tell all these stories.
did you, not to be politically incorrect, did you ever watch the episode of South Park when they did the Alexa? On South Park, they were Alexa, order more milk. They were Alexa, order bread. Apparently thousands of people across the United States, their Alexa system started ordering food and drink. It's worth Googling. I think it's called South Park Alexa episode. Yeah. All right, okay, so you came here, what time is it now? I saw you.
Almost 3.
Right, we still got time. So, let's have some fun then. You came here to hacks, let's do some hacking. So you just found out how to find out a hidden network. Okay, so now what I want you to do, I want to introduce you to a new tool now. And this tool is a good one to do hacking, it's very basic. What I want you to do beforehand, though, is I want you to create something for me. On your desktop with your Linux, on your home desktop, CD squiggle, go back to your home desktop. Control C to stop what you're doing. CD squiggle in the top left hand corner under the escape key. Change back to your home directory. Type in PWD and it should say something like PWD. Yeah, home carriers. It should something like home carrier. Okay. I want you to create a text file. Use Nano. Okay. Quick story for you. I did my first hacking class. Must have been about 15 years ago. I was in and I started using Vine, right? And the instructor came and stood behind me and he was like, "Oh, bless. You haven't done this for a while, have you?" I said, "No, why?" He says, "We don't use Vine anymore." And he introduced me to Nano, which is like the coolest thing ever. Even Vim is better than Vine. Anybody know Vine?
Yeah.
If you know Vine, respect.
It's like Vim, but very basic, difficult to use.
VI, Vine is a text editor.
Yeah.
It was written by Amy.
Oh, I do.
It's like in Nano, it's Control X. Yes, I want to save it. In Vi, it's like stand on one leg, press colon, AW. It's like 17 characters.
Yes.
So
And then you have to do.
I want to use Nano. Just type in Nano. Call it something meaningful, like say Nano plist, Nano space plist dot text. Okay, and just create multiple words in a text file. And you don't even do like umbrella, alarm panel, programming, but one of the words must be this one, right? Put this one towards the end. So just create words. Put names in if you want to. Okay? One of the words must be this: capital C, A-N-D, 1, 2, 3. Candy 1, 2, 3 with a capital C, because that is the passphrase we're going to have. Now, this is a completely contrived hack, because I don't want you to sit there for 15 minutes while you search the word list that comes with Kali Linux, right? I want you to do this with the hack. It takes about 20 seconds, and the word list search is a function of how big the word list is. So I want you to have like 10 words in your word list. One of them must be Candy 1, 2, 3. The umbrella, hat bay, alarm panel, ping pong, just make up words.
Is this
One the hardest thing to do.
one word per line or?
No spaces. Put one word on each line. No. Yeah. But guys and girls, the words must be longer than 8 characters. Right? They can be uppercase, lowercase. They must be longer than 8 characters. As 8 characters is the minimum password for a feature.
You don't want to be creative and you want to do something great, just ask ChatGPT to create a word list, including the word candy 1, 2, 3. Put in quotes and say, give me a list of 100 words.
So technically, you could actually type in, give me a list of 100 words, and that's the user will do it. There are word lists in Kali, but it's easier for me to create 10 than it is to tell you what they are. So you just want 10 words with Candy 1, 3 at the end, yeah. And they can be longer than 8 characters. That's not a problem. They can be short, but it reduces the effect. Once you've done that, you've got to, is it Control X or another Control X to say you want to save the file?
Yes.
Yes, but it's still saved. You're okay with the file. You're okay, that's fine. You're okay. Once you've done that, come out. Now.
Air crack by any chance?
No. Oh no, that's way too hard. We do the easy way.
Can you have special characters? Can you have special? characters?
No,
Okay. just-
it has to be a character you can type in. So it can be any character you can type in on your screen. But the problem is, I wouldn't. Can you? Yes.
It
Should
takes-
you?
It
No.
takes longer.
So are we setting up for like a dictionary?
So we are setting up a dictionary, good point. We are setting up for a dictionary attack. The problem with a dictionary attack is if the password is not in the dictionary, you will not break it. Then you have to do a brute force attack, which is a different thing. I'll check my notes to make sure I haven't missed anything.
Any activity?
No, I don't have to. Okay, I just don't need to. So, okay. All right, so what have I done? So we did M on NG, we did arrow down. I'll keep that one for later. All right. What I want you to do now, please, I want you to type in this command. Type Wi-Fight, W-I-F-I-T-E, Wi-Fight. Actually, stop that, delete that. Sudo Wi-Fight. And then do tac WPA. I'll write it up for you. I'll write it up because it's going to be a lot easier. So you need to type this command in there, please. You're going to do this one, all right? Wi-Fight. Wi-Fight space. We go. We get sudo. Tac WPA. Tact. Dict. DICT. And then type in the name of the file that you just created. So don't put greater than less than means Phil will say it's a variable, right? I'm gonna move this like that. You will see. So Wi-Fi tap WPA tap. That means only do the white WPA tap dict. That's the password you used. It should ask you what interface to use, unless you already have it in mod demo, then skip that. It will then ask you what SSID do you want to attack? And you want to attack PSK2. All lowercase, I believe. Sorry, ignore that. PSK1, I'm sorry. PSK1. So select the SSID you want to attack and choose PSK1. If it doesn't show, you have to wait until it does. Yeah, should be there somewhere. Okay. So you press Control C when ready. Be careful, press Control C twice. Stop Wi-Fi. Yes, please. Press Control C when you're from there is a way to make this easier.
So what do we do?
Yeah, so
Scanning. Found 35 tablets, 7 clients.
So yeah, press Control C once, just once, and you'll stop the search. Can you see PSK? Can you see PSK2?
Yes.
Then select the number next to PS number 4, is it? Then type in number 4. And then it will start the attack. It might run you around, get you to do other attacks. You want to do you want to start capturing the four-way handshake. So what does it do at the moment? Say, be open.
Listening.
It's really going for it. Now, I will now connect to the SSID, which will allow you to capture the four-way handshake, all right?
Question.
Wait 1 second, sorry. Let me get this going for everybody. Oh, damn, hold on a second, folks.
Failed. Same mouse.
Okay. PSK1, okay? All right, I just connected. So there's a very good chance you just captured my four-way handshake. Did anybody capture it? Yes. So now it'll go on and it'll start to break it. It's done it, right? What you said the password is? It can't.
Sorry, what did we do after I typed in the? After we started Wi-Fi. What's the next step? We have to hit Control C.
So when you see PSK1, when you see it, so press Control C now, just once, yes. Now, you see PSK1, PSK1.
Yes.
Yeah, what number is it? 16.
16.
And just type in 16. 16, yeah, enter.
Okay.
It's initialized, waiting. What does it say?
They don't think it's next. Sorry.
Oh, this WPS now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it again, do the same again. You gotta press Control C just once.
Yeah.
You gotta stop the, so you're doing WPS now and that. You wanna do that. Shouldn't do that, just tap, WPS. Are you doing that? Got it? No, that's how hard it is, no, that's how hard it is to have Wi-Fi. So, The password was in the dictionary. Normally the password, now, you'd be surprised, there's a dictionary file called Rocket.text, which contains 20 million passwords for a real password hack. Now, just the possession of that file in some Middle Eastern countries is enough to arrest them, because it's a hacked password list, right? And so you've got to be careful. You've got Eastern Europe, Middle Eastern countries, Asia, you'll check the rules. America, it's okay to own that file because it's an open public file. But in some countries, it is illegal to own that or have that file on you. When you enter the country, right?
What's that file called?
Rocky.text.
Rocky.
If you have found it, you have Rocky.text.
It's in there.
In the word, word key. Right, yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, you've got to be careful when you do this. Again, you know, people are not going to stop you on the way and say, you are wrong. But what you're going to do something stupid, they're going to arrest you, come see, people look at it and take it. All you get is, see, the problem with the FBI, okay, when you watch them on television, they're trained idiots. They're not idiots. Secondly, they have infinite resources. They will have, all they're going to do is catch you. Sometimes between now and the end of the universe, they'll take 70 years to catch you and dead. So don't ever think the FBI or the authorities are stupid. They really aren't. They do not have the technology that television says they have. Right? They don't have, like, you know, super duper advanced technology, but they also have very smart people. Look at that movie with that guy who fought that, what's his name? Oh, he's a famous hacker. It was Kevin. There was a guy who chased him down, not the FBI couldn't hack him. The guy made it his personal mission, like, to catch Kevin that he did. Because Kevin only had to make one mistake. Question?
Oh, so, when you put in the dictionary,
Yeah.
right, it's like, it has to like hash all these things, right? Put it at a
So-
dictionary.
So the reason that Wi-Fi is difficult to hack is because the pre-shared key is not Candy 1 to 3. Candy 1 to 3 is the passphrase.
Right.
The pre-shared key is a 4096 recirculated hash mixed in with your SSID. It's the SSID and your passphrase mixed together 4096 times. So what this utility does, it takes the first word, mixes it 4096, see if it matches the four-way handshake you just captured. Does it match the four-way handshake? No. Because in key exchange number 2 of the four-way handshake, you send a MIC value that is based on the PTK, pairwise transient, right? Pairwise transient key is gotten from the pre-shared key effect. And that MIC value only exists because you know the pairwise transient key you calculated. So all the Wi-Fi does is it takes that word, mixes it 4,000 times with the SSID, goes to the process of creating the PMK, the pairwise master key, goes to the process of creating the pairwise transient key. Pairwise transient key, what it needs for that is the 2 MAC addresses of the AP and the client, 2 random numbers from the AP and the client, and it gets them from the forward. That's why it needs the four-way handshake. Right? It gets them, it does the calculation, and it does the MIC value. The MIC value is a fancy frame check sequence. It calculates the MIC. If the MIC is the same as the MIC value that's in key exchange number 2, Wi-Fi goes, oh, I know what your password was.
Okay. But that's really interesting. So you're saying like when, like in the beginning when we first do it, and it's kind of listing everything, that's like the interactions we're catching. Is it kind of like we're doing like a man in the middle sort of thing?
So man in the middle requires you to inject yourself into the conversation.
Right.
This is a completely offline attack where you capture data. I can capture data and I can go home and calculate it. So you don't even know I've captured the data. So it's not a man in the middle because you're not injecting yourself into the
Okay.
conversation.
Yeah. I feel
But
like
you
there's-
need to capture the four-way handshake.
Yeah.
Not all of it. It's a
Is-
different story.
Isn't there like a name for that process of capturing the handshake or like the numbers involved?
Probably. You're talking about
Like
like hacking
reflection
activity.
or?
Is it part of AO2.11?
Well, I don't know how to make it pretty, but you capture the four-way handshake.
Yeah.
All you're doing is capture the four-way handshake. That's all you need. I don't need any other files. I just need the four-way handshake. or and a beacon, I need a beacon.
Okay,
So you need to see a beacon and a 4-way handshake. That's everything else. Because do you know you are advertising what security you are using? I probably need to show you this. I can capture your traffic and I can see what you are doing, right? I can see everything that you are doing. Yes, please. So what I have to do is, yes, I dropped it. Yes. That's right. So when you're a hacker, you need to know information, right? And you all know hacking theory, right? When you want to attack something, what's the first thing you do? First thing you do, recon, right? If you spend 20 seconds reconning and 7 hours hacking, you've done it wrong. Okay, well, actually, let me clarify that. You spend 7 seconds reconning and 20 hours hacking, you're probably going to get caught. You know what I should say. Recon is the most important, all right? Ooh. Can everybody see that? I'm standing here. Guys. You know, magnifying glass. But it's made my screen do the same, which is just beautiful. There we go. Like I said, untidy desktop. Where did there? Oh no, we can go a bit further now. There you go. Right. So if I pick a, this is a capture from my iPhone. Okay. So I can go into Wireshark, and this is a network that's probably called. So the information element in the beacon frame says what the SSID is. So element ID 0 is the name of the SSID. Somewhere down here, I have network 55. Network 55 is the one I'm going to talk about. So everything I need to know is in the beacon element. Okay. If I scoot down, I can see RSN information is the security that is being used. HT means it supports N. VHT means it supports AC. If I saw HE, that means it supports AX. If I saw BE, that means it supports Wi-Fi 7. Okay, I can go into the RSN information element, and I can see that it is using Authentication Key Management Suite number 1. Right? Which is Wireshark decodes it for me, which is pre-shared key. It is using AES encryption. It is using pre-shared key. I can get advanced now, and I can go and have a look, and I can see that it is not mandating the use of management frame protection. Okay, so I can find out everything I want to know by looking at the beacons. Now, this is a little utility from my friend Adrian Granados. All right, it's $100 on Apple. It has just become available on Windows. And what Adrian does for you is literally decodes everything for you. This is PSK2, and there is the RSN information element. And you can see that it is using AES 128, and it is using pre-shared key. It is not using protected management frames. It is using literally, this is everything. You don't need to go to Wireshark anymore, because he tells you everything here. Now available on Windows. like for about 3 weeks now. Just hold that thought for a second. Literally, please, I think if you send me an email, I think he gave me a 25% discount for it. Send me an email, say, Phil, I want that thing. My email address, I will give to you. I'll write it on the board in a minute.
Oh, yeah, please write the name of the thing.
Sorry?
What's the name
Write
of
the name of the thing.
Do you-
Write the name of the thing.
Oh,
The
yes.
application.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna show you. No, I'm not a Windows person. You can tell I'm not a Windows person. I do like Windows 11. Anybody using Windows 11? Do you like Windows 11? I like it. And here is the same utility operating on. Same utility operating on a Windows PC. Don't know what this is. So this is, thanks Microsoft.
Where's
Same
the
utility
Explorer?
operating on a Windows PC, right? Let me show you this. Okay. 320 megahertz channel bonded Wi-Fi 7 in 6 gigahertz. Because my Apple doesn't support 6 gigahertz. The newer Apple does. If you have 6 gigahertz on your device, the utility will display. If you look in the top left hand corner, that probably should say Phil's patched together with duct tape. Intel P210 Wi-Fi 7 adapters. Well, this is Wi-Fi 7, guys. Everyone applause Wi-Fi 7? Yes. 320 megahertz. And what are they using, Phil? Well, let's take a look. You go into advanced, you can see exactly the same stuff. What do we see? We see they're using an RSN information element. The RSN information element is using CCMP 128 pairwise, AKM SAE, that's WPA3. NFP, management frame protection, is capable and required. What else can I say? Down here, if you look, we'll see it, there's HE, it supports N functionality. Backwards compatibility, even 6 gigahertz has to be there. You'll see EHT, HE, and others. That is a Wi-Fi 7. That's a Wi-Fi 7 operational element. 320 megahertz, blah, 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 blah. You may have to come down and have a look. Yes, I can, within reason. I think it's the screen resolution is the problem. So I can probably do that by doing that, can't I? Probably need to do maybe that. Oh no. Hold on. That help? Or I can probably do 1024 actually. That might work. Might not show so much now, but we can get there. How's that? Yeah. So this utility will tell you everything. This is not a hacking utility. This is a wireless troubleshooting. The wireless troubleshooting utility. $100. Sure, I got a 25% off. Send me an email. I'll write it up with it. It is called Wi-Fi Explorer Pro. So I know what security you were using. So I now know how to attack you. You get it? If I know what security you're using, I know how to attack you. If it says .1x enterprise, I know it's going to be hard. If it says, now this is WPA3, SAE is WPA3. Now I promised you that I'll teach you how to protect against things. That's how you protect against the hack I just showed you. That hack I just showed you only works with WPA2. It does not work with WPA3. So you turn on WPA3. I want to say it now on the record, WPA3 transition mode is the devil. Do not use it. Do not use it. Why? 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 So think about this, right? If I'm running WPA3, clients run WPA2 may not be able to support it. So I turn on transition mode so WPA2 clients can connect to my WPA3 network. What's the problem with that, Phil? I can now use the attack that we just used to attack the network, right? So it's not a WPA3 network anymore, is it? It's WPA3, WPA2 transition compatible mode network. It's susceptible to all the WPA2 attacks. Get it? That's the problem. Today, run a separate network. If you have older, when should you start using WPA3? Last Wednesday, like now. But what about all the WPA2? Phil, I work in a school. We can't just transition all WPA. There are two SSIDs. One called WPA3, one called WPA2. What's the harm? Well, we were told you shouldn't have too many SSIDs. Yeah, that was back in 1970 when you had all your beacons transmitted at 1 megabit and you had 53 of them. Perfectly okay to have 2 SSIDs today, not 1. Okay? Now, every SSID you have increases the overhead on the network. So if you have 2 and your neighbor has 7, that's a lot, right? You can't have them a day of 7 anyway. I'm going to say something now. Stop using 2.4 gigahertz. Like Phil said, stop using 2.4. Let the IoT people have it. You got 25 channels on 5 gigahertz. You got 59 channels on 6 gigahertz. Why do you care about the 3 on 2.4? Let the IoT people. For it. Okay? Yes. It doesn't. Oh. Biggest myth you've ever been told. It's like not true. Like, physics 101. Wi-Fi is made up of what? Or okay, quantum Wi-Fi. What is quantum Wi-Fi made of? So quantum physics is my favorite thing in the universe. Because a quantum physicist, when asked, is radio signals, are they waves or particles?
Yes.
The quantum physicist will say yes, right? So you're right, they're made of waves or particles. So tell me now, high school physics, why does a 2.4 gigahertz photon go further than a 5 gigahertz photon? Sorry to put you on this one. The reality is it doesn't, but no. This is real simple, right? Let me explain what the problem is to you, and then I'll rephrase it, see if I can get you to agree with it. There's an antenna for 2.4 gigahertz. The antenna is a function of the wavelength of the radio. That is a 2.4 gigahertz antenna. That is a 5 gigahertz antenna. I want to come look at this guy. What's the difference?
Now, 2.4 is a lower wavelength, so by definition, it should go longer.
No. What's the difference between those 2 squares?
Different areas.
They have different areas, all right? So, here is a 2.4 gigahertz antenna. Here is a 5 gigahertz antenna. Difference. So the surface area of energy passing through the 2.4 gigahertz antenna is bigger than the surface area of energy passing through the 5 gigahertz.
You need to set it to
So,
U5.
the 4 gigahertz antenna picks up more energy. You go fishing with a bigger net, what you can do. That's okay. The 2.4 gigahertz is louder, but the antenna is bigger.
In bias settings and stuff.
And it's crap, and it's only got 3 channels. So you show you, so your vote for 2.4, do you want to retract your vote? Yes. No. So honestly, 2.4 doesn't go further. 2.4 is more usable further away. Exception, outdoor, trees. 2.4 will go through trees, 5 gigahertz, get scattered. Question?
Yeah, I was wondering why this may be beyond the scope, but why is the 2.4 gigahertz antenna big?
Because the wavelength is a function of frequency. The wavelength is a function of frequency or speed of light divided by the frequency. The wavelength, so the wavelength of a 5 gigahertz. So the word was simple. The wavelength of 5 gigahertz is 2.4 inches. The wavelength of 2.4 gigahertz is approximately 5 inches. Right? The wavelength is different.
Yeah.
I did a class recently with some European students. They said, oh, we don't talk in inches, we talk in meters. I said, look, there's 2,000 people in the world. Those that use the metric system and those that have landed a man on the moon. So if you stay in inches, centimeters is my head. I'm from England, Wales, Europe. Centimeters is my head. So the wavelength of 2.4, because the frequency is double, the wavelength is effectively half. The 5 gigahertz wavelength is half the 2.4 gigahertz. Now, because the beauty of mathematics and stuff, and the reflections and you're better off using a 1/4 wavelength, one half to 1/4 wavelength than you are using a unity wavelength. So you don't want a 5-inch antenna, correct? It's more expensive. So most antennas look like that, right? Internal antennas, maybe a chip like that. It's the surface area. So you typically have a 1/4 minimum wavelength antenna. So a 4 gigahertz antenna is bigger than a 5 gigahertz antenna, so you always pick up more, so it always appear louder. So if you have the same power level on 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, yes, you will be able to use the 2.4 gigahertz further away, but it's still crap to only 2 channels, so why? 5 and 6 gigahertz are there's not that much difference between how far they are. They're very similar. Sorry, we got distracted. That's a good question. But that's a question you get asked a lot. Why 2.4 goes to? Right, so BBIoT people, absolutely. All the networks I'm involved with, if I can, I turn off 2.4 gigahertz. Like, what year is it? 2024? If you're telling me that
Probably
your
the
clients
latest version.
do not have 5 gigahertz radios in their devices, they're probably running Intel Pentium 5s, right? So you might want to upgrade them anyway. You're probably still on Windows. What is it? XP or something, right? Because N came out in 2009. So you're telling me that you're using it, telling me that in the place you work, you use 16-year-old laptops. It's probably some of you who work for colleges and universities who are using 60. I bet they still use 60. Students bring whatever they bring. But are you going to change your design of your Wi-Fi network? Because little Johnny's Game Boy from 20 years ago doesn't work. Get it? So today we should be focusing on 5 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz, and we should be using WPA3, which stops all of the hacks I just showed. Okay. Now, what just happened was you just did a quick attack. Did you all get Wi-Fi work? If you want to do Wi-Fi again, you can go ahead and do it again. Now I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you the data. First of all, we'll all stand up. Everybody's going to stand up. Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear. I will use my superpowers. Very good. So now when the judge brings me in to teach you this, I can say, you swore. Spider-Man.
What about putting your hand on the Bible?
How can I not be a Spider-Man? What did Ben say? With great power comes great responsibility. So now, by the way, this is something you can watch on YouTube. So I'm probably building this up to you, but it looks like let's do a de-authentication attack, right? This is what Wi-Fi just did. Now, this is as subtle as a train crash. I'm going to show you two things. First thing, a de-authentication attack. Second thing, how to detect de-authentication attacks. But the second one is way more interesting. Are we recording? Marco?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. So I heard a story from someone once, from a story that I'm changing my story because we're recording. Oh, this wasn't me. Don't worry, I'd love to. It's me. I heard a story where someone told me that he fixed it, so he had a Linux machine and his next door neighbor's dog kept barking. And I'm not in any way encouraging this, it's just a really funny story. And he set it up so that when his neighbor dog barked, the Linux machine detected the audio of a dog bark, it did a de-authentication attack against his neighbor's Wi-Fi network. Right? And so he just let this run in his house. And they were at a meeting, like a little, little close meeting where everybody gets together for July the 4th or something. And his neighbor comes up and says, "You know a bit about Wi-Fi, don't you?" And he's like, "Uh-oh, a bit, why?" It's possible that a dog's bark can de-authenticate Wi-Fi. He said, "I was biting my lip now. I was like my hand behind my back, my nails digging in because I was trying not to laugh." And he said, I suppose the higher frequencies of the dog bark would probably interfere. Why? every time my dog barks, the kids get kicked off the network. I better teach the dog to stop barking. Okay. I just thought that was a funny story. It doesn't matter if it's true. Let me teach you something very important now. Never let the truth spoil a good story. Okay? I just thought that was a great story. And there's no reason why you can't do it, right? Every time your neighbor's dog barks. It is illegal to do that. Quick aside, Marriott Hotel in, where's Elvis from? Elvis Presley.
Graceland,
State?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Is the Old Opry is a famous theater in Tennessee, and there's a Marriott in, I forgot, I apologize, it's not the name. It's a Marriott. I went to stay there. That was the Marriott that was fined $50,000 by the FCC for de-authenticating people's My Wi-Fi's. They were de-authenticating their My Wi-Fi's. Somebody complained, and the judge fined them $50,000. They appealed, and the appealing judge says, let me get this straight. You were de-authenticating people from using their own Wi-Fi, and they had to use your Wi-Fi. Correct. And you said you were only doing it for security reasons. That's why you were de-authenticating them. Correct. What was the alternative Wi-Fi they could have used? Our Wi-Fi. The judge said, was it free or did you charge for it? He says, we charged for it. He banged on his gavel, said, you're taking advantage. I'm up in the fine to $500,000. And they paid it because they were de-authenticating people who were using, you know your My Wi-Fi, using your phone as a hotspot. And the people would notice they would work outside the hotel. And it's not a hotel, it's more like a resort. It's like thousands of square acres. It's got golf and everything. And it's like a Marriott resort. They were fined by the FCC $500,000 for de-authenticating, for doing de-authentication attacks. So it's serious, okay? So don't do it on your neighbors. And it's ever so simple to do. What you have to do, and I'm set the syntax. I'll write it on the board. I'm not going to present this. So you're going to use another. First of all, you're going to make sure that your interface is in. Your interface is in monitor mode. Okay, now, the easy way to do that is to use Aerodum. Now, when you use Aerodum NG, Aerodum NG will put the interface into monitor mode on the channel you set. There is a more elegant, better, professional way to put it in the right channel, but the easy way is to say Aerodum. So Aerodum NG WLAN 0 mon minus C 11. If you do that, you're on channel 11. All right? Right. What I now want you to do. Question? Is that a question, sorry? Nope. I thought I had a question. So what you're going to do is you're going to use a new command now, and you are going to use what you're going to say is you're going to say, okay, I don't remember commands. That's what the up arrow key is for. Any of you would rather type the up arrow key 73 times, then click the left key to move back and edit what's on the screen rather than spend 20 characters typing the command from scratch?
Yeah.
Every time. So this command is, I know I have to write this down, it's very difficult. So it's called air replay ng. This is the command. Now, this is as subtle as a train craft, right? Where's the guys from? This is going to be a thing for everybody in the city. Air replay ng pseudo air replay ng. Check syntax is -0, 0. On my syntax now. Air replay ng -0, 0.
Right, yeah. Minus 0, 0. WLAN 0, non. And you will then have to say minus A, and you will have to type in the BSS ID. Now, I would recommend you use, strongly recommend you use Aerodump NG, capture the BSS ID of PSK1. Capture the SSID of PSK1. Capture the SSID, the BSSID. How do you capture that? Aerodump, right? So use Aerodump with minus C11 to put the interface on channel 11. And then you know, so if you type in this command and it says waiting, that means that the interface is on a different channel and you can't find that BSSID on the channel. You fix that by typing that command first and put in your wireless LAN 01 on the channel. Now this is going to hurt a little bit, take a while. Let's see if we can do this. Air replay, sudo, air replay ng minus 00, WLAN 01 minus A, and the BSS ID of PSK2. I was just testing to see who wasn't paying attention. Thank you. PSK1 and then. You can use PSK2 as well, but use PSK1. That's the one that ends in 42. Right? I just know that's mine. So actually, this will de-authenticate everybody from my network, but it will clutter. It won't de-authenticate other people. I was wrong when I said that. I misspoke. It will clutter up the air with lots and lots of de-authentications. Channel 11 is going to be very, very busy. Yes. Yes. This big one. Yes. That's not mine. That's the one that ends in that. I think. Oh, I mean, no, I'm sorry, wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm channel 11, right? Oh, I'm sorry. The one that ends in yes, sorry. I apologize. Yes, you're right. Yeah, so that's probably it. So yeah, just capture, just control C and just copy over with your mouse and then right click to copy. Yeah, that's it. Right?
It works. This one work, I don't know why mine's not working.
It's older version. This is the latest one, 2023.4.
How do you get this one to install? Did you bought it already like that?
Huh?
Did you bought this one already like that?
No.
You created it?
Yeah, so that Ventoy, you can download it. It's a tool. It's for any Windows, Mac, whatever, and just format it into two partitions and a USB. One of them is bootable Ventoy, which is Linux-based a boot manager. And second one just exFAT partition. You just drop ISO there, like so. All of those are just ISO files, and it will just that selection that you see is just a list of those ISO, and it just boots that ISO. Super useful.
Yeah, I'll ask you later so you can send me the actual name and everything.
Ventoy, yeah, you should just Google it. Google it, yeah. Ventoy, yeah. Ventoy. Super useful. I've been using it for. There were several different ones, but this is the best.
VNTO?
Ventoy. Yeah.
Now that is doing a broadcast, right? Okay. Broadcast the authentication.
Okay.
So this is how you download, you install it.
But it's on Windows only, right?
Yes.
Scroll down, I think they have.
Otherwise, it was not. So because I'm not telling you what channel to use.
But you install it once and then that's it. You don't need to worry about it. Okay.
Now I'm going to now do a live demonstration, and it's probably going to go horribly wrong. So please
Bear with me.
And then this is the. Yeah.
Store everything on, and just say, well, I have Google and just, yes, I'm gonna email and says, you're a fan. Yeah. All right. Did everybody get that to, everybody do that? Everybody get that to work? Questions? Right. So demo, this may go horribly wrong. Please bear with me, all right? I'm turning off my cellular data. And I have connected, and I want to open up the YouTube. I have to choose an appropriate song to play. I put stop. So if you want Rick to stop, you have to de-authenticate. WLPC. The Wi-Fi is called WLPC Hacks 1. Rick will keep on playing until someone kills him. Go on, Rick. If you feel the need to dance, you are always welcome. You know the words? Sing along. Yes. WLPC Hacks 1. Find the BSS ID, de-authenticate all clients on it. I'll turn Rick down, I'm getting that annoyed. Might be. Control C. Yes. So are you doing it? So what? I'm gonna make sure my wife. They don't answer. I turned my cell off. Oh, yes, it worked. What happened was it changed. I gotta turn him off. Let me see. I gotta turn, so you successfully did it. The reason he didn't join, really didn't stop, was because, I set it to auto join. Let's try again. You can't, because I'm all of them. Yes, I can no longer join that network, probably because you're all de-authenticated. Okay? So that was a success, everybody. The reason that he didn't stop was because it went to it went to my Insights network. So you did successfully de-authenticate Rick. Well done. I'm going to do this so it doesn't auto join any of the other networks.
You told me to forget the other networks.
Sorry?
You told me to forget the other networks.
Yeah, I don't want to do that though, because it's too difficult. Yeah. So I am now trying to connect WLBC Hacks 1. It won't let me because you're already authenticated, so it's not happening. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to connect the WLBC Hacks 2. So now what I want you all to do, I want you to shut them up, please. I want you to de-authenticate me. De-authenticate WPC Hacks 2. Ready? Find WLPC Hacks 2 and de-authenticate me. You have to put up with Rick until you do it. I am. Because Rick is now connected to WLPC Hacks 2. And WLPC Hacks 2 is using WPA3. And when you de-authenticate it, my iPhone is saying, nah, you aren't using the secret code word, and it will refuse point blank to accept your de-authentication request. So you've got to put up with Rick a bit. I'll turn you down a bit now. So WPA3 is the solution to de-authentication attacks, right? Okay. Actually, protected management frames is the solution to WPA2 disassociation attacks. WPA3 mandates the use of management frame protection. And management frame protection, protected management frames are two names of the same thing. They actually do mean something different. They are changing the use.
We're having a lot of trouble here.
Yeah.
Getting, do you see any syntax here? Oh, it's in my, yeah. I was gonna say that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know any.
That's one difference.
But you can try.
Look at that.
No, so.
Yeah, so now do Air1NG, pseudo Air1NG. You start it.
No.
Pseudo. Yeah, look, so now you say again, you start double zero, double zero. And now. So don't, because you have to. We worked for this, guys. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
They're not very high.
I'll explain. So what happened, when you did the de-identification with WLPC HAX 1, that was using WPA 2, which does not have any protection for the management frames. So what you were all doing is you were all pretending to be my AP, and you were all saying, hey, Phil, this is your AP, you need to disconnect. But the problem is, when you do that with WPA 2, the clients go, okay. It's kind of like me standing up there and saying, hey, everybody, this is Marco. There's a fire alarm, you have to leave the building. You're all gonna leave the building, okay? Then with WPA 3, one of you goes, hang on a minute. You're not as good looking as Marco. Yeah, you're not Marco, are you? Is Marco here? Where is he? He's gone, okay, missing all my praise. You don't look like Marco. In fact, you didn't sound like him. So WPA 3 will say, I don't believe you really are. Guys, actually, I'm making that one. It's going to say, I'm not leaving because I don't believe you are Marco. Because I didn't use our secret handshake, secret password. And another one of the keys that is created in the pairwise transient key is a protection key to protect you from other entities spoofing your AP's information. So your AP, when you see the de-authentication request, you're like, no. You're like, nope, and you ignore it. But it didn't use, it didn't use your password to send like an encryption hash that lets you know it really is your AP talking. So protected management frames, protected management frames, 802.11w uses management frame protection with a hash value using a secret key that's negotiated as a function of the four-way handshake. So when certain management frames, you don't know which ones, certain ones, the important ones, when the AP sends them, they can be protected with a hash value. And because it didn't match, we didn't believe it. Okay. Now WPA 3 mandates the use of PMF. You can still use WPA 3 in transition mode, but what do we know about transition mode? It's the devil, right, yeah. And so WPA 3 transition mode, 802.11w PMF transition mode, any transition mode is evil. And I'm not being mean. If you don't believe me, go back to your offices, turn on WPA 3 transition mode on 5 gigahertz, turn on WPA 3 on 6 gigahertz on the same SSID, and then next Tuesday, when all your students are complaining, or all your customers in your office are complaining, because I've been roaming buildings, sometimes when I roam around the building, okay, it doesn't work, it doesn't roam properly, and you'll spend a week doing it, you look at it, you'll call me up, and I'll give you a very expensive invoice to pay, and I'll pay it, and I'll come to you, and I'll prove to you that the reason that it isn't working was when you roam from 6 gigahertz with WPA 3 set on it to 5 gigahertz with transition mode on it, it'll work fine if the client supports WPA 3. If the client chooses, even if it's a WPA 3 supporting client, you've given it the choice on 5 gigahertz, if the client chooses WPA2 connectivity, when it roams to the same SSID in 6 gigahertz, and it doesn't matter whether you're using Mist, Meraki, Cisco, Aruba, anything, it's probably going to fail. So you have intermittent roaming failures as people walk around your building when they roam from 5 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz or back. And I will tell you to turn off transition mode, and then you'll pay my invoice and wish you'd listened to what I just said to you 5 minutes ago. And that is real. I'm being facetious, I'm having fun with it. That is real, people, right? If you turn on transition mode, be prepared when you roam between 5 and 6 gigahertz, you will have, whenever you roam to an AP that doesn't support what you're coming from, you will probably have a roaming failure. And the easy way to fix that is to have a WPA3 SSID and a WPA2 SSID. You only need transition mode for those who do not support it. So let's say you work for the FBI, or sheriff's office. You have sheriff's office that does WPA3 on 5 and 6 gigahertz, and you have sheriff's office legacy that only does WPA2 for all the old people, but the older clients that don't support WPA3. And the beauty of that is I can walk in and see how many people do not support WPA3. How? We're all sent, them are connected to WPA2 legacy, right? Get it? So, we need to upgrade those sending devices. Okay, and that will save you a lot of trouble and pain. And this is the best practices we are seeing more and more coming up now. Transition mode seems to be a great idea, but it causes nothing but pain and problems moving forward. And it's coming again. Anybody know what Wi-Fi 7 MLO is? Okay, so we're gonna have this conversation in about 2 years' time. Phil's gonna be up here saying, turn off transition mode for MLO because it doesn't work. Because if you transition one way, not the other, it's not going to work. Every time something new comes out, we have transition mode to soften the blow, to allow it to keep working the old way temporarily. Actually, this might not be such a bad problem. The problem with 6 gigahertz is it doesn't allow WPA2. So if you have transition mode on 5 gigahertz and you connect WPA2, when you roam to 6 gigahertz, it doesn't allow it. Roam fails. Get it? It's fun. All right. Last thing I think today, we've had fun today, we've done a lot. We got time, haven't we? I think it's only 4 o'clock. What I want you to do now, I want you to split into 2 teams now. So I'm going to get everybody to do this, then I'm going to get you guys see the guy working, so perhaps you can be my 2 little volunteers. I'm going to get you to do something different, and I'll get you to do it, and I guess someone else to do something different, right? So everybody do Control-C and stop, please. I want you to run Kismet. Just run Kismet. Should work, may not be pre-installed, just run Kismet. With the guys, with your Hacker Dojo guys. The Hacker Dojo guys should have a couple of Bartley pipes running Kismet. And that will, because Kismet is a defense, it's called an intrusion detection and intrusion protection system. Okay, just run KISMET, Kismet.
Sudo or not sudo?
You probably should sudo it. I don't think it matters with Kismet. You may not have Kismet installed, it may not go to my phone. Yeah, you are. Try sudo Kismet, please. Yeah, done it, yeah. So it turns out we do have to type sudo Kismet on some installations. So read what it says on the screen. It'll give you an information on Kismet. Now open a web browser to the IP address at the top in white. So at the top in white, it says the IP address and literally open a browser to your local host 2501. So you're going to literally type in localhost :2501. Open the web browser. Kismet. Now, the first time you come in, it will make you enter a username and password. You need to remember this when you go home, right? So what I would do if I was you is I would typically use like admin and password. Just the word password to make it easy to remember. You can obviously change this later. And that's it, don't do anything else. Just like, if you want to use something more comprehensive, by all means do so. So you've got to put a username and a password in, put the password in twice. You do not, Kenny, right? Okay.
Is that right?
I know, so you could also just type in the words sudo, S-U-D-O,
Oh,
yeah, S-U-D-O space, Kismet.
Yeah, of course.
K-I-S-M-E-T, yep, that's it. Then look at that and open Firefox. Dude, I was giving you so much praise.
Oh,
You missed it, man.
I know. It's all right.
I was just telling people, I was talking with the authentication time,
Oh.
W3 and I said, you know, when I stand up and I say, you're gonna leave now, this is Marco, I was like, you'll all be like, Marco, it's way better looking than you, Phil. It's not you, Marco, is it really? They all agree with me, Dick. They all agree.
Okay, well, that's good.
No worries. Oh, I didn't know if I got it. Oh, you're not on Kali, no. You've got to get something to install. But it's. It might take a while. You've got a. Apps.
Doesn't matter, whatever you choose. Next time.
Do it, I do a reset. Do a reload.
So when we install like. After I cannot like install.
M1 stop. It's like that. But the problem is, you click the kill command. It comes up. If you kill the WPA supplement, you have to restart. WPA supplement is what you use to connect to the Wi-Fi. Right, we've got Kismet loaded. Right, now this is the trick we get. So in the top left-hand corner, next to the word Kismet, you got the little beef burger, the 3 lines, looks like a little beef burger. Right, top left-hand corner next to Kismet. Click on, yeah, the 3 lines. Click on the 3 lines and click on data sources, please. And be patient. Huh? Anybody get any? Does it pop up?
Yeah.
Pick the wrong little helper. Click the X and then click the X. And go back to the other window. The window where you ran this one. That one there. I don't know, not yet. That controls, you stop it, controls you stop it. Hit the up button, hit M1NG, sudo M1NG. Okay, so you don't need to have it in monitor, right? It doesn't matter. So now type what I say, you have sudo space Kismet space minus I space W10. So yeah, hit enter. That says error. What syntax? Try it up to minus I. Just pick it up out of heat. Kismet minus I. Do a single Kismet. Can't help. What is syntax? Of how you tell it to use. What is the syntax user interface? It's minus the I minus A. Set interface. It's not Is it normal count?
If you do sudo m1ng start, do sudo m1ng space. Now, just run this. Yeah, I will see that. Who else, well, you're gonna get the source next door. So that, right, so it's real simple, you just simply say the button enable source, which I'm supposed some of you are going to do that, say enable source. And then blah, blah, and then it should show you some data coming in. There you go. Now, Brandon, if you stop what you're doing and kindly redo the authentication tab or other thing. Have you all got Kismet working?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kismet is working and basically close down that data source window. And now you should see stuff happening, right? And up in the top right hand corner of Kismet, there's a little bell with a red around it. Click on that to see what it's saying. Now, when you close that window, the red bell should go away. Close that, yeah, okay, right. Brandon, if you redo that de-authentication attack, please. Rerun the de-authentication attack.
On the,
Either one, PSK1, PSK1 if you can find it, but PSK or WLPC hacks one, anything. Just do a de-authentication attack and let's see what Kismet discovers.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
And what does Kismet say to you, everybody?
flood.
DR flood detected, right? So I think I'm being clever, but if I'm running a Raspberry Pi 4 with Kismet on it, which costs like $50, I can find out anybody in my neighborhood who's running the authentication app. You know, what Kismet is doing, it's jumping around all the channels, looking for stuff. So it might take a little while, but you know, I've got Brandon to just do a de-authenticate everyone, okay? If you stop it now and you run Kismet, but who do I ask you rather than come from? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Could you do the de-authentication? What's your name again? Rebecca, could you do the de-authentication? Rebecca?
I don't think we have the second houses.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Just so Brandon can see the Kismet as well. So did you all see the Kismet find the authentication attack, right? Because it's literally jumping around, going la la la, nice. It'll also see other events. It will see APs, it will see clients, it will see beacons, it will blue chart, it's all sorts. So Kismet is absolutely no reason why you shouldn't just run it on a Raspberry Pi, and you can just configure secure shell on it for remote connecting to and just run. There you go. So the red up there, click on the red, and yes, you need to go to these three bars there, and go to data sources and say yes, it's not showing your. Not showing wireless on zero for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, there you go. That is yes. So say, try that one. Enable source. See what it says. There you go. Yeah, that's it. At the X. And now we can start finding things. There you go. So in a minute, when Rebecca does a de-authentication, the red alarm will go off, and it will show you it's picked up a de-authentication attack. You added the source? Awesome. Click the red alarm, and then you can close it now. It will just remove the red alarm. So basically, if you look at the red alarm, if you see a red alarm, that's from the new red alarm.
Default is the association.
It picks up the authentication, the association, it picks up loads of stuff. I don't know the full list. You got to put you put on channel 11. By doing, yes, do that first. Yeah. So do Control C. And then whichever one is that. Yeah.
Except it's on channel. It's on channel 11. Just do that. Yeah, try that. Now try. Because it's. That's. Yeah, and then space. Tap band. But it's only on, she's still scouting and still scouting 5 pictures. Now, try one. I'll be at the other one. Try that one. Control C. Hit the up arrow. Space minus C thing. Space 11. Might not go. Up plus C. I don't think that's. Might not go. Might not go. So we've got to check your device. Only be actual. So what are you going to be in? Things like that. Stop it doing all weekend. Wait.
So he doesn't.
Somebody standing on the fight with the oh, yes, supper, yeah, good point. Supper, keep doing this, that's why. Yeah.
And when somebody when you read this, when you read this,
It's still.
if somebody yeah, again, we will see.
Someone else want to be off for me, please. Like there will be something like moving channels on the authentication.
Yeah, this is what we did.
So what you probably have to do, Rebecca, is put the interface down and tell the interface to be on, so do IF config, $0 down.
I know, where is it?
You got to see that. Yeah, especially like. Yeah, and then you have to click on there.
Yeah.
So do any of the authentication, just so that you pick it up. Okay.
Yeah.
So the air replay 00. Yeah, anybody could do the VR.
Exactly.
Someone do the VR, anyone, please? Because we need it to happen on channel 11. And Rebecca's something. So this is the downside of using the inbuilt adapter, Rebecca, right? BWP supplicant is interfering with the task.
So that was a kind of a, I guess I.
Okay, we're in the now.
Excellent. And you should see it, Brandon.
Oh, wait.
I will need it.
That channel.
You've got to be on channel 11.
Yeah.
That's the area. Yeah, you see it.
Oh.
We
Someone just ran successful, saw it on the.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Someone.
Exactly.
Yeah. Excellent.
It's like one like song, yeah, just like, okay.
Brandon didn't say that.
Yeah.
Oh, the slow, yeah.
Just do minus C eleven, put it on
We're
channel
not
11.
able to.
Now it's happening again, I'm doing this.
Yes, you want to do, you want to do the art of killing, it's the art of killing.
Oh.
There
Yeah,
you
no,
go. So your WPA supplicant, WPA supplicant, when WPA supplicant is running, it's moving, like you talked about.
Right.
So what it's doing is, oh, there's a wireless line in this, and it's checking the channel, why would you run your identification? So it's literally, it's a nanosecond, stop, it's change channel 55, you like, do this, and I'm on the wrong channel now.
Yeah.
So you've got a hard coded beyond channel 11. So it will detect. All right. You can try it. That might not. So you can try. So this is a bit more work, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So how do you hard code it to be on channel 11?
Use the aerodump. Use aerodump. So the aerodump command, as long as WPA supplement isn't involved.
Even if I do that.
No, you've got to use aerodump. So aerodump, put it on channel 11 and leave it on channel 11.
Just aerodump.
Yeah, yes, that one, yeah.
My Bluetooth.
Yep, so you can see. Now if you do the D off, the identification.
Yes.
Air replay, yes.
I'm doing
Yeah,
this.
so that will do it on channel 11. Yes, you got the same. Oh, okay, let's see the internal. But this doesn't support 5 gigabits. Do pseudo M1NG.
I guess it's like Southwest.
Now I get a why.
Just M1NG. And it shows you how many adapters, yes. So wireless LAN 0 is your internal in your machine. So now you use wireless LAN 1. There you go. But at least now you know it the internal works. Yeah. All right, Dan, so what have you discovered? You discovered how to find the SSIDs. You discovered how to find it. Now, what I taught you is pretty useless, really. I taught you how to use Wi-Fi to do a dictionary type.
Yep.
Right? Literally, it frustrates you or your client, let's say your client, can tell the passphrase your client is using is not in the dictionary, it will fail. Now, brute force attack is different, right? Now, if you want to do a brute force attack, it's going to take a long time, and you probably should use Hashcat. Use Hashcat, right? To take advantage of your graphic processor in your computer, and I did it, that crack I told you was on Windows because it was easy and convenient. I had 8 graphics card that I used to mine the Ethereum on, right? They were sat there. It doesn't mine anymore. It does, but it uses more electricity than Ethereum mines now. It doesn't mine Ethereum, it mines Bitcoin, now it's useless. But it's really good at doing maths. Now, at home, I have a 3090 in my home gaming, in my home server, as I explained to my wife. I have my 3090 adapter, and the 3090 has the same processing power as the 8050 Ti's I have in my little Ethereum box. Right? And I've never tried it, but what you have to do is it's a bit more convoluted. You can do it with a command line on Linux. You can install more software. I use an online service. You upload the capture file with a 4-way handshake, and it converts the capture file into a captured HCCX file. And you can then use Hashcat. I think I had to use 2500. I think I had to use. Anyone want to see it? See it?
Yeah.
So I leave it running. Because if I remember correctly, what's his name? Irvin? Irvin taught us Hashcat
Yeah.
about a year ago, didn't he? How to hack different.
Yes, it actually was
It might have been more than that. 18
September
months ago.
2022.
Yeah, he taught us how to use Hashcat to do Microsoft pass the hashtags and all sorts of things. Same tool, right? Hashcat is really good at doing maths. I think this is right, bear with me. I know I'm not sure, I'm just gonna find it. Here we go. Well, let's see what's it. Okay, this one. Oh, this one right here. Thank you very much. Yes, please. So Netflix will wait. There you go. So I'm just team build into my machine in the office. I just leave it running so I can demo it and play with it and things. So what the hell am I doing? I don't know what that means. Whatever. So I have my Microsoft, I think it's, I can't remember which one it is now. I think it's 2.bat. So this is using the old way to do it. There's a new way. Hashcat has got a new way to do it. This is using the old way, and I think this is the right one. Now it's probably going to complain at me because I probably got some cleanup to do. And if it complains at me, then I know it's the right way. All hashes found, right? Okay. So there's a file called hashcat.pop file.
All right then.
And there's the file. So I've got to delete. Like that. So basically what Hashcat was doing, it was saying, dude, you've already broken this once. So now it should run. I think this is the right one. And now it'll take, you might want to go and get a coffee because it'll take about 3 to 4 minutes to set up the 8 graphics cards. And it sets them up and then it dissects the search space and uploading. So you can see it's thinking about it. It literally does nothing for the longest time. There you go. So now it's doing the runtime for device. There are 8 graphics cards. And it's doing the 8 graphics cards.
Characters does it go through special characters as well, or is it just
So this is going through. The reason it does it so quickly is Candy 1 to 3 is capital letter followed by 4 lowercase by 3 numbers, which is a search pattern it kind of searches for first. The fact it starts with C for Candy, that's partly why it's so quick. But what it'll do is it'll upload different parts of the search space to the different graphics cards, and I think, but it's done it, doing it. Obviously, you can see it's got a temperature trigger, So what'll happen is if it gets too hot, it'll shut down. If I press S for status, it's showing you that each of the graphics cards is only 1 through 7. There's only 7 of them working, I think. You can see it's doing 82,000 hashes per second. Okay, and it's literally going through. So you can see it's going through here, the search space it's going through. It's uploaded different search spaces to each of the graphics card. And now it's started, look, it's on C now. Malwarebytes obviously isn't going to be very happy. And I think it's just done it. Look at that. Okay. And I don't remember if it says up here. So it started at 32:47 and finished at 34:41, but like 1.5 minutes of that was initializing the graphics cards, right? I can't remember if it says it up here or not, but basically it was saving the pot file. So now the pot file will be the same as the other one. Yeah, status cracked. There they are. There they are. There. So basically, I had 2 4-way handshakes. What it says is the passphrase on PSK1 is Andy123. Now that was a brute force attack, not a dictionary attack, but capital C, lowercase a n d y. I do not believe, looked at it, I do not believe it does any special characters. So I think it's uppercase, lowercase, numerical only. Okay, but after it's run out, you can tell it what to search for. But I just told it to go and do it. So you just saw me break an 8-character password in, what was it, 2 minutes? It was 20. So it took 26 seconds, but it took about 1.5 minutes to upload the search for the graphic, the files to the graphic cards. And then it just simply keeps going around and it uploads. When the graphic cards report back and say nothing, it uploads the next portion. So it's looking at the search space. And I don't know if you saw it, but it does tend to jump around. So it's not going to start at A, because then everybody's going to put their password as Zandy123, right? Because it'll never get, it'll take ages. So it jumps around, and it has jumped around to like J, still working at, there's a number, but the most common format is 5 characters, 1 uppercase with numbers. Now I've never tried it on like a mix, like ABC, capital DEF, 1, 2. I've never run it. I've been wanting, it's on my to-do list, but I don't think that would be so quick. It's probably because I started off with a C at the front. We got lucky, but that's not long, is it? For an 8-character password, right? Now, if you make it 9-character passwords, it takes longer. If you make it 13-character passwords, it's like 5,000 years as it predicts it's going to take to do it. I don't know if it does it. Yes, here, look, you can, so while it's running, when you press S, it shows you the status. Here, it predicts that its progress is, it's on 33,128,000 of, I think the technical term is bucket loads. So we got really lucky because I had started off with a capital C, right? 7-character bit was almost instantaneous. It's the 8 characters, like 4 characters, 5, 6 characters, it can do in seconds, in milliseconds. But the fact that it's the capital C is what slowed it down. And so you can see that I got to 0%, so we got really lucky. Okay. But like if I made an 18-character password with current CPU processing, I think that's the life of a known universe or something stupid like that, or something stupid. Billions of years. And so I want to run it on my 3090. That again is on my to-do list. I want to see what my 3090 does. I want to see if because my 3090 has the same processing power as 8 1050 Ti's. But the fact that there's 10 of the fact there's 8 of them, because my one 3090 opposed to 8 lower powered individual, because they search in different parts of the search space. So that might have a mathematical advantage. I've never tried it. I want to try my 3090 out. I had to buy a new case for my 3090 because I started mining with it just to see how good it would do. And it's fantastic. It's, I mean, compared to the 1050, still doesn't make much money. As long as Bitcoin stays high, I think I make a little bit. But it kept overheating. I've now got this behemoth of a home server with like 14 fans in it. and it keeps it cool now. I'm not looking for my electric bill next month. As long as Bitcoin keeps high, I'm in the plus. All I wanted to do is pay the price of the graphics card and the case and the fans. I think current electricity price, that's going to be November 2038, I think. Yeah, so I'm just having some fun. So you can see that, so it's not against the realm of possibility that a hacking group could buy, by the way, that I believe that 4090, 4080 is the same as 43090s. And I believe the 4090 Ti is the same as 44080s or something like that. So my 3090, if you buy a 4090 Ti, it could easily be the equivalent of 8 of my 3090s. Just not beyond the realm of, even if they're like $1,000, $2,000 each. It's not against the realm of possibilities for a hacking group or a cracker to buy 8 of them. But NVIDIA has done something to stop them being used for mining. If they detect that they're being used on a miner, they rate limit themselves to 50%. I'm not entirely convinced what would happen if I started throwing this at. I think it would be some kind of mining event. And so it may not, okay, I'll commit to do it before the next time we have a session so I can give you the feedback. So I'd love to see how long it really takes, right? And so if you have, so the 1050, the 3090 took 2 minutes, right? 4090 technically does it 1/8 of the time. What'll that be? 15 seconds, let's say. So if I have 8 of them, that's now knocked down to 2 seconds. So what used to take 1 year on a 3090, on a set of 8 4090, and you can, with Hashcat, by the way, you can pyramid these. So I can have 8 graphics cards under control of one controller. I can also have other PCs under the control of a master controller as well. So I can build like a hierarchy and have a huge array of devices doing this. So something that used to take a year on a 1050 Ti, I've got 8 of them, so now it takes 1/8 of a year. On my 3090, it's the same. On a 4090, it now takes 1/64 of a year. What's 1/64 of a year? Like 5 days? So now you should take please correct me if my maths is wrong, but it's been a long day. But if it takes 365 days to do something, and I have the latest CPU graphics card, I can possibly do it in 5 days. Okay. And so the other thing we need to talk about sometime, Marco, is quantum computing. Get some people in and talk about quantum computing.
So, right, there are
Could-
some companies
Because
working on that.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think WPA3, what's it called? CM government thing. There's a new form of WPA3 enterprise, CSNA. I've got to go check on this, but I've been doing some research. It has the potential, depending on which of the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman hashes you use, it has the potential to be quantum resistant, is what I'm hearing. Which is like, basically, I'm hearing different stories. If you know, shout out, but I heard that when quantum computing gets to like 1,000, all our passwords are dead, basically. I might be exaggerating. I believe IBM are up to 100 bits already. Do you know?
I have basic knowledge. I know that specific algorithms are basically dead.
Yes, but not the quantum resistant one.
Are quantum. So
If
that'll
you
be
go-
RSA, anything elliptic curve
Is resistant?
is not resistant. They're
Okay.
dead. But AES, symmetric cryptography is typically good.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So yeah, we need to talk on that. That'd be a great talk, I think, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe.
And I encourage you all to talk. You know, you become an expert, teach someone how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, but Phil, I don't know how to do it. Learn how to do it, then teach someone how to do it. And then you can stand up and because we need talks like this. Quantum, I'd love to come along to a quantum computing talk. That is amazing stuff. Just imagine if if they had quantum computers, and suddenly everything that we take for granted now has to be redone. It's going to be a long Saturday. I think we've come to nearly our time. I'm open to questions. What have we done? I showed you how to attack Wi-Fi with Wi-Fi. Now, all you need to do is you export the four-way handshake that you got, and you can Google this. You can Google and find a YouTube on it. You need to convert it to a H. There's a way you can do it on your computer as well, because if you're doing this with your passphrase, right, you can use the online services. But if you're doing, let's just say, if you're doing pen testing for a customer, you might not want to upload their four-way handshakes to the cloud, perhaps, right? So you might want to learn how to do it. And there's a utility you can download. When you run Wi-Fi, it may have said to you, I can't find the following three things. Did anybody notice that? Wi-Fi says these three things are missing. Those were the HCC CAP-X converters, because Wi-Fi will installs them so you can do it. But I just uploaded it to the cloud because it was instantaneous almost. And then you can attack the passwords using Hashcat. And there is a new Hashcat version now as well. Forget which one it is. It's 25,000 or something. Hashcat 64. I'm not going to waste too much time with this, but if you do help, it's one of these, but it's one of the high end ones that just went whizzing by. It's like 27,000 or something. I want to type grep in, but I'm not in Linux anymore. I forget which one it is, but we can find it. But it's one of the ones. It says WPA2 cracking, and I thought it was 27. We'll look for it another time. But there's a new one that Hashcat has brought out specifically for WPA2 password cracking, over and above the 2500 one. Any questions? So we learned how to deauthenticate. We learned how to run Kismet. We learned that we should run WPA3. We learned that transition mode is the devil. We should have that tattooed back with eyelids or something to remember that. That's it. More questions? Shut them out.
Sure.
Yes.
You are using these really high-end GPUs and you're getting like thousands of passwords a minute. And I figured that the bottleneck would be in the Wi-Fi chip, like you're sending a lot of data.
But we're not using the Wi-Fi chip.
So how are we
So
getting to
we
the-
caption the four-way handshake in a PCAP file. Yeah, actually, that might be a good fun exercise to do. If you all run up, good idea. If you run Wireshark, okay, then so what? Let me show you. What I'm doing is, here is an actual capture that I connected, right? I'm just going to type something in because it will go to. So when I search for EPOL, it goes to the four-way handshake. So as soon as I find a four-way handshake, I click on it, then I turn off the filter, and then near that four-way handshake is what I want. And so here is basically what it starts off with a probe request. So and I edited an Ethers file to change the name of the MAC addresses. So I basically says Cisco AP and Phil's iPhone over. So the iPhone sends a probe request to the out. Are you out there? It probably, yeah, it sent the request out for network 55. Network 55. And a probe response comes back from the AP saying, yes, I'm here. Then a little while later, the iPhone authenticates. The iPhone authenticates. Then the access point sends back an authentication frame. And the client associates, like Uncle Phil told you. And the AP sends back an association response. Okay, then we have the four-way handshake look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are we done? Now the client and the AP are connected. And in the association response, just like I told you, in the fixed parameter field, it tells you what the association ID is. Association ID number 1, because I was the first person to connect. Okay, so all I did was capture this Then I sent this up to the website and it converts, all I needed was these 4 frames. So technically, it's good to have a beacon for the SSID, and these 4 frames are all I needed to do that hash cut attack. Well, I uploaded the PCAP up to the Inconet, where they converted it over to what was it called? You can see the file is here somewhere. If I do a DIR, let me just quickly do a view of the file. It basically, it converts the PCAP over to a HCC APX. It's a HC CapX. That's the format of the file, not a PCAP anymore. PCAP is a Wireshark file. So if you guys and gals want to know, do a Wireshark and capture yourselves connecting to one of my AP. Okay, so you know that PSK 1 and 2 is, so PSK 1 and 3 is CAN B1 to 3. I can tell you what the I can find out what the NCX one and the Insights one is. Just got to look it up. So you can connect a Wi-Fi 7 if you want to do some. If you want to, you configure your computer to find out what the SSID that I'm running is, and then set your Wireshark, set your interface to be on that channel and tell Wireshark to capture that channel. And then you can try and connect with your phone or something, and you can capture yourself, authenticate and associate. If you can capture that, that's all you need to do.
So once you get that PCAP file, you convert to XPCAP, and then you just send that to the router. You can send like about.
No, then you send out the hashcat.
Hashcat, yeah.
Yes.
And then once Hashcat processes it all, it turns it into this file like something.
Oh, no, it just simply reports the message to you by saying it creates what's called a hashcat hot file. It shows you the name of the SSID and the passphrase that you have.
So I was just a little curious, like, how's it checking against the router? Like, what is Hashcat doing this?
No, so I captured the 4-way handshake. I captured the 4-way exchange between the client and the Wi-Fi router.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I had 5 files in there, 5 frames in there, a broadcast and the 4-way handshake.
Okay.
I took that file and I converted it. I sent it up to the HC CapX server, and they converted it from a PCAP into a HC CapX file. Yeah. And then I fed that file. I did it in a batch file to remember how to do it.
I'm trying to, I guess you're like, once you get the 4-way handshake, you're kind of able to simulate the browser.
So that's the syntax of the command, right? Hashcat 64 minus M. So use module 2500, A3, I forget what A3 is. I think A3 tells it to use, I think that might be set the form uppercase, lowercase numbers and things. And there's the file I downloaded. So I sent testy2 PCAP up, they sent me back testy2 HC CapX. I came back down to downloaded it. And then I just then feed that through.
I think what he means is like, once you have the 4-way handshake, you have everything you need to the router. You're into the top.
Yes, so the router is no longer involved.
Yeah.
So I can capture it here, take it home and do this capture. So once I got the 4-way, yeah, that's a good way to explain it. Once you've got the 4-way handshake, then the router and the client are no longer involved. But if it's a pre-shared key, so who knows your pre-shared keys, right? How many of you, I'm not going to put your hands up, but nod to yourselves, how many of you are using 4-way pre-shared keys in the office? Some of you are, okay? How many of you are using 4-way handshakes at home? Who knows the pre-shared key from home? How many of you have kids, nieces, nephews, whatever, and they come to visit? Okay, when they bring their friends round. I bet all the kids' friends know your pre-shared key at home. Bet you they do. Okay, check to see how many people are connected. 15, why? Because Samantha's upstairs with 3 of her friends who are all on their phones. Doing stuff, right? Bobby's upstairs playing games with his friends on his Xbox. And they want to connect, or they want to find the cheat for the next level. So he gladly gives his friends your home passphrase. Right? Now the point is with WPA2, if I break your pre-shared key passphrase, I can capture all of your data. All of it. So you should be using a VPN, right? At home. If you say, Phil, you're paranoid, my response is going to be thank you. It's not an insult, guys. I don't use a VPN at home, but I do have Editor 1X at home. Because I'm one of those people, I'm a Wi-Fi guy, so I have a lot of APs at home. I have Meraki, Mist. I have a lot of APs, a lot of SSID. And the family have their own network, and I have my own segmented, firewalled home network. And there's only 2 people in my house that connects to my network, me and my wife, because she made me. She won't let me have my own network. So she said, I want the password for that. I said, yeah. Actually, I respect her. I trust her, so she has the password. But all the kids' friends, all the relatives who come to visit, and the Apple TV is on the family network. Okay. And that also, this part of the class, sponsored by Amazon. I have an Amazon Eero. I think it's Amazon, I think on Eero, I don't think. The Eero mesh. I have an Eero mesh. And the messages the Eero mesh sends me about websites that it stops somebody in my house going to, it's not like scary ones, just like stupidly scary ones. Like, why on earth are you going to healthmatters.com? Why is Bobby going to healthmatters.com? Bobby isn't, right? Bobby's just been fished or something. But literally, I have 35 messages a week from my Eero telling me that it saved Bobby's life from doing something. And I'm like, oh my God. Always like going to dodgy sites or going to, I also have a young kid who lives with me, my grandson. He's on his own network where I've said, you know, it's age limited. He's not allowed to go to horror sites and such things. But the Eero is now become my family network because it has inbuilt filtering built in, and it filters for, you know, like if it's going to like Eastern Europe or something, why are you going to Eastern Europe? You're buying something from Amazon, or why are you suddenly going to Eastern Europe or a very Eastern Asian country, North Korea? Why are you going to like North Korea as an immediate flag? No, we're not letting you go there. So I would highly recommend Eero. And my Eero is the Wi-Fi 7 version. That's also Wi-Fi 7, works beautifully. So, and for home, that's my home network. I have a Cisco firewall on my network. Go ahead.
How do you spell that, Eero?
EERO. Yeah. I've always had them. Basically, I was going to class once, and an Eero guy, it's before Amazon bought them, and a Eero class said to me, a Eero guy said, why are you explaining this particular brand of mesh? Why would you download Eero? He said, because I don't have any Eero. 2 weeks later, a box arrived with 3 Eero mesh routers in it. From that, I'm very cheap if you're interested, guys and gals, just to let you know. I will gladly wear sponsored by whatever on the back when I walk anywhere. So I started downloading Eero in my classes, and I liked them so much that I actually started using them. And this is not like sponsored by Eero. I bought the Wi-Fi 7s one because I love them, because again, they saved my family. And if you said to me, what mesh should I use at home? I would say Eero. If you ask me any alternatives, I haven't actually played with the Netgear mesh, but I do like Netgear, because they also give me some to play with. True, full disclosure. They give me some free stuff to play with. So the fact that I played with it, I can recommend it, right? Mist to give me free stuff. So I like to play with them.
How much did they go?
Euros were about $600 for one, but it's a mesh, but it does clever meshing. Problem with mesh is it uses repeating, so if I have to say everything twice, it takes a long time for me to say my message. It takes me a long time to say my message, because everything that I want to say, I have to say it twice. So it just extends the length of time it takes me to get my message across. I'll stop now. So when you have a mesh, you send a message to the first block, then it sends it to what's called the root mesh, the one that's plugged into Ethernet. So it's a lovely idea, but you know, in the words of Meatloaf, mesh is built for comfort, not for speed, right? It's not meant fast. But when you got Wi-Fi 7 on 6 gigahertz, it's pretty good. So yeah, that's what I use at home. And I have, my family network is missed. My network is missed. Family network is evil. I keep them segregated on different parts of my firewall is here and the family firewall is there, and they connect to the AT&T router. That's the only point of contact they have. I'm not telling you where I live anymore though. I'm not stupid enough to say I'm unbreakable, because that would be stupid. That's like a stupid thing to say. If someone says that, the chances of being hacked have just gone up infinitely.
I mean, now we can just go to Wiggle and. That's all.
Well, that's a good point. I can actually show you that now.
Let's go.
But I haven't told the name of my network, have I?
Yes.
Have I? See if I go to wiggle.com. Oh, why can't we go to wiggle.com? Oh,
CO, right? I thought it was just CO.
I think I have to HTTPS.
Isn't it that bad?
I spelled it
Or
wrong.
done it. Yeah, I think you're right.
What's that, sorry?
.net?
Oh, it might be. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that's probably right. Yeah. And so, for example, now it'll tell me I've done my daily limit. So if I log in. Now, remember my password. Yeah, I won't bother logging in then. I can do a search down here and I can just filter. It's better if I log in, but I can filter on, if I filter on MER stuff. So MER stuff is the name of my office. It's the Meraki staff network that I use for demonstrations and things. If I filter it, I'm going to hit my daily limit very, very quickly now, so it might not work. But our office is up here. Over here a little bit, and it's very hard to see, very, very hard to see. But if I zoom in, you might glance for a second. Yeah, you can't. I think I'm gonna have to log in on a second. Trying to remember how to log in. Yeah, Wiggle is really good. Remember my Wiggle password.
Is it Candy 1, 2, 3?
Yes. Hey. So now that I've signed in, so basically you've only got a very small search. And again, this is easy because I've done it before. If I search, if I filter for MER stuff, okay. There are other ways to filter and let it find it for you. But I need to do this. It's a great demo, isn't it? So it's saying it's got 17 billion, that's 17 billion Wi-Fi observations that it's found, which is pretty impressive. See, now it's finding all the Wi-Fi near where I am. There you go. So because I'm signed in, it's finding them all now. Where do I live? Down there, I think.
And in North England, this is really, really difficult to see. Where the hell am I going? There. There's the substate in the 5/8. So can you see that there? Can you see that little purple blob there? So that's basically it's saying that that name is there. Now, if you zoom out in the United States of, you know, the blob's gonna vanish, right? So it's come up, but there are other searches you can use. And if I keep zooming in, I may have done it too quick. But basically, that little purple blob is NC Experts offices, which are right about there. Keep zooming in. Nope, there's NCX there. So it was tagged by somebody driving past, obviously. That is literally our house there. Now, I can now go to Google Maps. Can't remember if there's an easy way to go there from Google, I can't remember. But I can go to Google Maps and I can go to NC Express offices. We obviously found it in the same place, which is about there, Pleasanton, California. It's about there-ish. There's somewhere. Literally, it's like. Okay.
NC expert.
Yeah, that is, yeah, that's it, yeah, yeah. That is.
Yeah.
NC Expert, which looks the same, if you look at it, it's the same map as we saw over there. It's gone, isn't it? Oh, there it is, yeah. There's the little box, look. And I can now grab, you all know the little man. I can grab the little man, I can take him up there. I can drop him. Basically drop him. There. And this NC Experts front entrance. So all I need to do is to find the mayor staff, which I can use with Wiggle, and there is a better way. I can't remember how to do it, but you can actually type in Wiggle and it will search and it will give you the coordinates that you can then go look at in Wiggle or in Google Map. And once you find the coordinates, you just drop the little man in and there's a picture of the Google car who drove past us. Google knows us because they sent us a thing to put on our ceiling saying, hey, this is Google, would you mind putting this in your offices? Sure. So we stick it on the ceiling as some kind of location. Anybody else have that at all? Anybody know about that? Google sent us a little, it was about this big, a little battery packed sensor. This is Google, we want to help people tracking and finding you. Would you mind putting this on the ceiling of your entrance? Sure, Google, we trust you. Trust our Google overlords.
What's the benefit? What's your benefit?
I think it was helping Google to track us. So it was helping Google Maps to be more accurate. And it also gathered data on our area. I actually genuinely don't know, so I should be a little bit more paranoid. They sent us a letter saying this will help us in this will help us in Google Maps. And they said the benefit to you is it'll help people find you because we can be more accurate when they're looking for you. So maybe I'm gullible, but
I thought you say you're not gonna tell us where you live.
but
You
I
put
tell
address
Google,
on top.
I totally trust Google.
Okay.
You don't trust Google?
No,
I did actually, I did search for something the other day.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
I searched for something the other day and I've been getting adverts for it ever since, which reinforces the fact that they really are our overlords. And, you know, I love Google search. I use Amazon and I love my Apple TV and my Apple and I use Cisco, but I wonder whether things are getting a little bit too out of hand now.
They get too much data on us.
Well, I live in California, right? I'm from Europe.
I may exercise my CCPR or my GDPR rights soon, just for the hell of it. And say, hey, Amazon, hey, Apple, I want a list of every piece of data you've got on me. I was in Safeway and I bought a beer and the lady took said, have you got an ID? And I said, I handed her my ID and I was back in. And my wife says, what do you do that for? I'm like, what's happening? She just scanned your ID with driving license. I said, why? What do you drive my driving license for? She scanned my driving license.
Yeah.
We have to, it's corporate policy. I said, no, it's not. You shouldn't be scanning my driving license. So I was a little bit put out. And the manager walked was, is there a problem here? And I said, yeah. I said, she scanned my ID. And I said, yeah, it's normal. I said, no, it's not normal. I said, call head office. He said, Philip Morgan, European citizen, is complaining that you scanned his ID. And she came back a dark shade of white. Then obviously told her about GDPR rules, right? You're not allowed to do that. And so I said, you I just wanted to prove a point. I was being a bit of an arse. I just wanted to annoy them because they're not supposed to scan your ID for no reason at all. Because now all the data that's on my driving license
Exactly.
is in a Safeway database somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. They're not retailers.
I wasn't paying attention. She just took it and scanned it, said it was corporate policy.
But
Oh,
that
yeah.
does apply to you because you're.
Oh, well, I'm actually an American citizen now, but GDPR only applies in Europe to European citizens, but it applies to everybody in the world who wants to be able to do business in Europe. So if you do not apply, I'm not legal, I have to do a legal disclaimer here. Check with your legal departments. My understanding is if you want to do business in Europe, you must follow GDPR guidelines. So if I complain about you to European GDPR officials and you don't comply, then they will just contact the European Union and literally the European Union will call up Mr. Biden and say that you aren't allowed to do business in Europe anymore. And you may then find that you are no longer allowed to do business in America either, because obviously there's this worldwide union of information and data where we have to keep the data flowing, right? You may find that American companies will stop associating with your company. Now, again, I don't know this, but you have to agree to comply. So Safeway has to comply if I say I want my GDPR data. Even though it applies inside Europe, it also applies to citizens around the world. And we've got off topic now, guys, I'm sorry. But it's fun, right?
So going back to pre-shared key, I want to know how does a router issues pre-shared key? So okay,
You put it.
okay, so you log onto your Wi-Fi and then you leave the house. You come back, you have it on all the time.
So
Is
your
it the same
P&L,
pre-shared key or is it
Yes.
does it rotate?
it's the same.
Okay, so let's say you're in the house, you log off of Wi-Fi, and then you log in again immediately.
Same key.
You get a same.
The pre-shared key is the same.
Oh, wow.
The pairwise transient key is always unique.
So which one is it that the hacker can download?
The pre-shared, well,
Which one?
Ne-
The
neither,
transient?
neither. The hackers capture the four-way handshake, which takes the pre-shared key
Right.
and converts it into the pairwise transient key. So because you hack the exchange, I can now calculate what your pre-shared key is.
I see. So it doesn't matter if I log on, log.
So every time you log on, you
Basically, I want to rotate the pre-shared key because if
Can't.
it's static,
Can't.
it's
Static.
too vulnerable.
static, you can't. Okay.
So
So if you rotate the pre-shared key,
yeah,
you've got to change it on every device. So let's say you work for a hospital. If you change the pre-shared key, you've got to
Yeah.
change it on every device that uses that pre-shared
I
key.
see.
So most people don't bother.
Yeah, because with the way you can capture the data and save it to crack it later.
Yeah.
Then you crack anybody's password.
You've got it. Yeah. So quick question. I'm not going to ask you again because you're too smart to answer. Those of you that use pre-shared keys, okay? Do you change it every 30 days? No, you don't. Don't tell me you do because you don't. Do you change it every time someone leaves the company? No, you don't. So if I work for you and I leave the company, I can sit outside, capture all your traffic because I know I haven't even got to break it. I know your pre-shared key, right?
Yeah.
Oh, one thing as well, we are thinking of doing
Yeah, that's what I
are
was
you going
gonna
to mention that?
Yeah, yeah. So, well, first of all, thank you guys for staying all this time. You know, it's past 5 and usually we don't stay that long, but obviously for workshops and stuff like that, we tend to just do it and who knows, like, you know, we just like to do this type of stuff, so it's fun, right? So I just want to thank you everyone for staying and support us. And yeah, so we are planning to do an actual like official class. So this is just a snip of, you know, so actually, and I forgot to mention it at the beginning, but this was part 2 of the workshop we did in November. A lot of repetitive stuff because again, there were new people, you know, we have to get you like up to speed, but then the second part of the, I guess, the workshop was the part 2 that you guys didn't get to do in November.
And it's online.
No?
It's online, right?
And yes, I was told by someone today that they didn't know, like, we have a YouTube channel, so all our talks for the last, at least since the pandemic, are on YouTube. You can see all the talks. And yeah, go and watch the previous one, this one is it's recorded, it's not live stream, but it's recorded. It's gonna be in a month or so, available. And, if you are thinking about doing wireless as a side gig or just getting more information or you're into like, you're in the part of the blue team in your company and stuff like that, this is actually one of the skills that you really need to have. I was gonna give a shout out to someone who's in the room, but I know he doesn't like that, be that famous, but there's one person in the room who created Pony Express. And when I had a lunch with him or whatever what that was, lunch dinner back in RSA, I said, you know, we use Ad4net, which we create obviously security products. And but we did not, at the time, we did not have the capability for like monitoring. And I told him how we use or how we catch 2 people doing legal stuff just by wireless. And when you combine all your cameras, your wireless and all that, it's just, you know, goes above and beyond. So anyways, thank you for creating an awesome product. And but yeah, long story short, Phil is gonna come up with an actual 1 day or 2 day training.
So one day foundation,
Oh,
but
yes,
it's not easy. So 1 day foundation followed by a 2nd day advanced. But the
okay,
advanced, you really should set the foundation.
gotcha, okay.
So not normal and superhero.
Oh, there you go. Now, those are, this is more like a corporate training, it's not something that we're just gonna give out for free, right? Because this type of information, again, you know, it's expensive to come up with a training, right? So, and obviously, this is just to help him and help us to do this kind of stuff. So again, this is not, personally, it's not something that you probably have to pay out of pocket. It has to come from your, you know, maybe you have to tell your boss, hey, I just learned this over the weekend and I think I will benefit a lot from a 1 day, 2 day training. So, yeah. And again, I just want to thank everyone here for staying, coming. Again, next month, we're gonna have the CTF on June 22nd. And then again, we're gonna have another one, and that's gonna be the barbecue. On June 26th, we're gonna have another, it's just gonna be a couple of hours sponsored by a company. And more likely there's gonna be pizza and beer, something like that. But yeah, definitely come and again, thank you so much for coming. This is awesome. Seeing all these people stay at 5 o'clock, so yeah, this is great. So sign up for the meetup, and yeah, follow us and we'll be here. So thank you, appreciate it. And thank you, Phil, for.
Philip, we wanted to get in touch with you.
I'm just doing that now.
Okay.
This is the best way to get in touch with me. It's my email address. I think I'm just Phil Morgan on LinkedIn, I think. Phil Morgan or something. So that's the easiest way to get hold of me. Phil Morgan at NCExpert is my email. I have other emails, but that's the one that's most likely to get you a response. That's my Twitter or X or whatever it's called this. Well, that's me, yeah. I'm open to questions, guys and gals. So the class that Marco mentioned will be a more structured class with labs and theory and takeaway theory. So it'll be more structured.
And when is the plan for it?
It's a good question. Where's Marco from? I think we were looking at maybe October time. I'm not sure. I would, to watch this space, I'll check with Marco when he comes back. We were, I think we thought that summer-ish, summer-esque. Correct. I will get you. I will get you.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Marco, when were we aiming for the class? Was it August?
No, we're actually coming up deciding on.
We all know that.
We're coming decide on the time, but,
Actually, August is Black Hat, isn't it?
right, so that it has to be definitely after probably late August,
Yeah.
September. We used to do trainings before the conference, so maybe before the conference, which will be what, November, that will be on November 1st and then following November 2nd, so something like that. We'll keep you guys posted. We'll announce it. So again, this is great. When I was doing more internal security, I don't know, wireless is just one of those things that people don't really pay attention, but
They do not.
yeah, it is important for you guys to know if you are protecting not only the companies, right, but your houses, right? Many examples we can provide on things that you can do for with a malicious mindset and also for, just as a prank type of thing.
Did you hear about the attack that happened about a month ago in Las Vegas in a casino?
No.
Hackers got in through a temperature reading device on the fish tank. They compromised the temperature gauge on a fish tank, and that was the in point. They kind of imply it was Wi-Fi, but they don't actually state it. But they compromised the temperature gauge on a fish tank in the middle of the casino,
Yeah.
and that was the pivot point in to break into the which is just scary as hell.
So that's why you have to do segmentation. So
Right.
companies who got breached or got ransomware, they still regardless if you got ransomware, people, click on the wrong stuff and open the wrong stuff and then they get, ransomware. But if you have proper segmentation, even at your house, that should not be a problem. So, and why this keeps happening is because again, companies are not doing it right. Their secure posture sucks, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah.
And the course in, later this year is gonna be posted on the Meetup. There'll be an announcement.
So we will definitely make announcements on Meetup, but we're trying to shift a little bit from Meetup and just trying to start making newsletters. So if you go to pacifichackers.org, where it says, send me info or something like that, contacting me or something. Just put that information because that's where we're gonna be sending you,
If you send me an email
yeah,
with interest, I'll make sure you get it.
yeah.
So yes, if you want, send me an email, Phil, we're interested in, and don't forget to send me an email as well. If you're interested in that software, I'm sure he gave me a 25% off voucher for that Wireless LAN Pro, the Wi-Fi Pro thing. If you're interested, that's $75, not 100, right? Which is much better.
Yeah, so, and since you learned something here today, I just got an idea, Max. We're gonna have a CTF challenge for the CTF next month. We're gonna have wireless challenge.
We have to now.
Yeah, now we
You
have
have
to
to know, right?
because now you learn, right?
Yeah.
So there should not be a reason why not. So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna be working between now and the next month. to
That would be awesome.
do that. I don't know, I still have to think about it, but let's just. Okay, perfect. In fact, I forgot all my access points. Right there.
Oh, wow.
They're like the old ones, like.
What the coordinate ones?
No, I did brought a coordinate one.
Okay, thank you very much. It was perfect.
My pleasure.
It's a pleasure to
I have
learn.
this
Is that
one.
old? Yeah. What is that?
This is a, it already comes with the Buffalo, comes with
Oh, yes, yeah,
DDWRT.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's nice. So that's a proprietary operating system. The link, I see the old Linksys.
This one has,
Yeah.
yeah, this one I put DDWRT. So once you sell DDWRT,
Yeah.
you make your device a.
What is it? Same thing.
It's a generic operating system. So instead of running, the Linksys restricts what you can do. But the WRT is like open source and it gives you much more options.
Like you buy a.
So I'm actually a pretty newbie to like all this. So I'm trying to understand like, you mentioned that on the last, like, even before, and is there something I can do?
Honestly, the information that you.
If you want to sit in the class, we have a basic
Well,
wireless
I mean-
class, which are taking beyond the basic. But even if you just like watching YouTube or look for something about wireless information, that will help you. CWNA is a book they sell. Even Dummy's Guide to Wi-Fi.
Technology.
They teach you the basics of Wi-Fi.
It's gonna give me.
It's because like, you mentioned several tools that we can
But for
use,
me,
like,
I'm
Yeah, all those tools are free.
I mean, no, that's
Right.
right. They
Like,
it is.
So I
But
think-
then-
How-
Right, but then
Like,
again.
if I didn't know about
on
that,
the
is there
zero,
a
what
way
is
to like
specific?
find out which tool
Are
that would be
you-
as particular
like-
situation?
Yeah.
With a big house, or something.
Lots of YouTube hacking Wi-Fi.
So.
You need to get an access point, right?
I'll-
So you need
I'll
an
talk to
AP
my
and you need a client.
So I.
So
yeah,
the
so
Ubiquiti AP is
in
under
place of
$70,
DWRT,
which is cheaper,
when
which is
I- when I
powerful,
went to Mexico,
very powerful.
I tried to use a DWRT to do that. You can create that.
Or you can look on eBay, like,
And basically.
Mark was talking about WRT, you can buy, you see an access point. that can-
Yeah, like this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, long story short,
You took it with you to?
so I bought a bunch, took that. Problems, they had a lot of issues with the mesh, like disconnecting
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Euros. I bought it for $200 on Black Friday.
Send me an email.
So I did. Right, but that's again, it's not Wi-Fi 7. Well, they want to talk about Wi-Fi 7. Right. I'm talking you're still doing Wi-Fi 6, even Wi-Fi 6. Exactly,
Yeah.
right? So anyways, long story short, that's what I'm still using, and I get the notifications who's connecting, because that's the other thing they had. Over there, they, people were stealing Wi-Fi and all that. Now I can see who connects when. So, yeah, look at Best Buy for.
But the Black Friday sounds.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that all this stuff on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what size are you?
2XL.
Okay, let me see if I have 2XL for.
So